Hi guys, and welcome to the course Clean Architecture in .NET MVC. If you are new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button. That way you are always notified of the new content that I release in the .NET world. This course is all about .NET Core MVC, starting from ground zero using Clean Architecture. We will start with the fundamentals of an MVC application and then enhance the application with more features as we follow Clean Architecture design pattern. Now when I say fundamentals, we will start from ground zero when it comes to a .NET Core MVC project, and we will understand what MVC stands for, how files and folders are organized in an MVC application, and then build further on the fundamentals. I have been a .NET developer for more than 10 years, and my main focus for this course is to remove the hardship that I faced when I was learning MVC along with Clean Architecture. If you have worked with an n-tier architecture, getting familiar with Clean Architecture might seem a little odd at beginning, but at the end of the course, you will see how everything comes together. Now when we are programming, bugs and errors are very common. And because of that, I intentionally introduce bugs while programming to show you the commonly encountered error messages and how to solve them. .NET team has been great with adding new versions every year with major release planned at end of the year. But when there are new versions, one thing that I have seen is outdated cores. And following an outdated course has its own headache. Because of that, if there are any breaking changes with the version update, I will always keep the course updated. That way you do not have to worry about being stuck with an outdated course. But before we start, I have a small advice for you. Whenever you are learning something new, it is common to be overwhelmed with the new terminologies and technology. Sometimes you might even feel things are not making sense. I would recommend you to watch the same video again if that happens, and if it still does not make complete sense, continue on with the next video. Because I can assure you by the end of the section that you are on, everything will start making sense. I have carefully drafted the course in a way that if something is confusing, I iterate through the same flow again. That way it will make sense, but you might have to watch next 3 or 4 videos for everything to make sense. So make sure to trust the course and do not give up. If you are completely new to MVC or other concepts, it might take a while, but if you follow along, I guarantee you that by end of the course, you will be proud of what you have accomplished when you see the final application that you will build. And another very important thing is to not overdo yourself. If you feel exhausted after a few hours, take a break and come back next day. You will learn more if you complete the course with a fresh mindset, even if it takes you 2 weeks to complete the course, rather than if you would try to complete the course in 2 days by overloading your brain and rushing through the course. With that piece of advice, I hope you are excited to see what we will build in the course, and let me show that in the next video. In the next video, I will walk you through demo of the complete application that will be built, but for the introduction here, we will not be building complete application. I have link of that complete course in the description, but for the Clean Architecture fundamentals here, we will see and understand what is Clean Architecture and how files and folders are organized in a Clean Architecture. We will modify the files and folders in a new project to follow Clean Architecture, and once we do that, we will perform CRUD operation on villa and villa number. We will see notifications, we will have alerts, we will interact with database using repository pattern, and then whatever we perform CRUD operations on, we will display all of those villa in home page and details page. With that, you will have a great understanding of fundamentals of clean architecture, and then you can continue on in the advanced course where we will build and add many more features in the application. Now the course was recorded with .NET 8, but if you have .NET 9, then the good news is that it is 100% compatible with .NET 9. Everything that you follow along in the course will match 100% when you are using .NET 9 in your application. Let me walk you through the application that we will build. It is a resort website where on the home page you can see we have a navigation and we have login and register. If you click on manage bookings here for a user, it will redirect you to the login page because you must be logged in if you want to see your bookings. Before I log in here, let me click register as a new user, and I want to display the registration page. We have few details here and we have validations. On top of that, we have a drop down where you can select the role of the user. We have two types of role in our project, admin and customer. Now of course when we publish the application, this drop down will be hidden and the default role will be customer role. But right now we are testing, that's why I have a drop down. That way you can easily create customer and admin user. I do not want to spend time on creating. Let me log in. I already have registered customer user. Let me log in here. And perfect. We are back on the home page. We see the user ID of the logged in user and a logout button. That looks good. If I scroll down here, we have check-in date and number of nights. If you click on all the villa here, it will display all the villa details. On top of that, you can download a PowerPoint presentation of the villa. Let me open that here. And perfect, that looks good. Now this PowerPoint will be dynamic PowerPoint. Based on the villa that you select, it will automatically add the image and all the details. We will see how to build that on the fly based on the selected villa. Now in order to make a booking here, we have to enter a check-in date and number of nights that we want. Now each villa that we have, like premium pool villa, there might be 3 premium pool villas available. But if during the time that user is checking in and checking out based on number of nights, if any one of the night all the rooms are booked, then it will display sold out. So we will have dynamic availability based on that. Let me hit the check availability, and I know for 15, all of the premium pool villas are already booked, so you can see it displays sold out here. If I select some other date here, when the villas are available, perfect, you can see that works. So the availability will be dynamic, and that is great. If I hit the book button here, it takes me to the villa details where we can modify few details. We have check-in and check-out date, and if everything looks good, we can press checkout button. When we press checkout, it will redirect me to Stripe for checkout. It displays the order total, and right now we are in the test mode for Stripe. I already have been using this email, and we have a dummy credit card that is automatically saved in. If you want to create as a guest checkout, it will log out, but I do not want to do that right now. Let me hit the pay button with the default test credit card that I have. Once it is successful, it will redirect me to the booking confirmation, and perfect, our vacation is confirmed. We have the order ID here. If I go to manage booking, perfect, in manage booking I can see all the approved bookings by default. If I modify that, we have other status here, but I will not go into all the details right now. We have completed as well, checked in and cancelled. Right now we want to work on the order 1019. If I click the details button here, you will see all the order details. Perfect, that looks good. Now let me log out here and let's take a look at what the UI will be if an admin logs in. Let me log in as an admin here and you will notice the UI is different. Now we do not have the top navigation for manage booking. We have a site navigation right here. That means we have different navigation based on if an admin logs in or if a customer user logs in. On top of that, you can see we have a nice dashboard with multiple charts where we can exactly see new bookings, new members that were added, and other details. But you can see in content management, we have the villa there where we will be able to create new villa or we can edit any of the existing villa. If we want to change image, price or anything, we can always update all of that. So we are performing CRUD operations on villa. We have a villa number here where for each villa, we will associate the room number or villa number. So you can see premium pool villa has 3 villa number. That basically means that there are 3 rooms available of the type premium pool villa. And based on that, we will toggle if a villa is available on the selected date. We will see how many bookings we have for that date and number of villa available for that same villa type. Then we have amenity here where we will display the amenities for individual villa. Finally, the most important one is managing all the bookings. You can see we have quite a few approved bookings. Let me pick the one that we created 1019, and if we go to the details here, admin will have more options than a customer. You can see the next status here is to check in that user. And when an admin checks in the user, they will select the villa number. The villa number here will only be available for those villas that are not checked in. They will select the number here and they can check in that user. When they hit check in here, the status is updated to checked in, and next button that gets highlighted is check out a user. When we select that, it will complete the booking. On top of that, we can also generate invoice in Word and PDF. Let me do that, and it will also be dynamic. Based on the template, it will automatically populate that. And perfect. It also displays the villa number, total, and other details. Let me close that, download the PDF, open that, and great. So you can see we have PDF, PowerPoint, and Word downloads. All of them are dynamic based on the template. As you can see, there is a lot to cover in the course. Let me get started with all of that from the next video. Let me walk you guys through the journey of .NET Core in this video. .NET Core is probably the biggest change .NET programming language has encountered. In 2002, Microsoft introduced web forms, and that was a revolution at that time. But web forms had its own drawbacks, and there was a need to overcome all of them. Because of that, the .NET team came up with a new architecture, which was .NET MVC. Now, even though I love MVC and I have built many applications using MVC, it had its own flaws. Like it was created on top of the components of web forms. Because of that, it was tightly tied to IIS and ultimately Windows operating system. But with evolution of development, Microsoft had to keep up with the changing technology. As a result of that, in June of 2016, Microsoft released ASP.NET Core, and it was the first version of .NET that was built on top of this new .NET Core framework. This .NET Core platform has been completely rewritten and it is a cross-platform version. Because of that, it is not tied to Windows operating system. Now, since .NET Core was rewritten, It was written with cloud architecture in mind, and because of that, it is extremely robust. Then in August of 2018, Microsoft released the next version of .NET Core, which is .NET Core 2.0, and after that the team has been very active in releasing new versions of .NET Core. Lately they have finalized that in November each year they will release the new version with new features. So in November 2022, .NET Core 7 was released and .NET Core 8 will be released in November of 2023. Now even though the final version of .NET 8 will be released in 2023, we can use the preview version of .NET 8 using Visual Studio Preview. So the preview version is out there, and that is what we will be using in this course. That is a small overview of the .NET framework and its evolution. Now that being said, why should you even learn .NET Core, and what are the advantages that .NET Core brings to the table when you compare the classic .NET language? The list is quite extensive. First one is that .NET Core is fast and open source. If you compare that with traditional .NET applications, there have been quite a few benchmarks, and .NET Core is very fast when you compare that to web forms or even .NET MVC. Then .NET Core is cross-platform. The classic .NET was tied to IIS and Windows, but since .NET Core is rewritten, it has removed that dependency with .NET Core. And with .NET Core, we have a built-in dependency injection. Dependency injection is super great when you will move along with the course, and by the time you finish the course, if you work with .NET Core, you cannot imagine yourself going back to the code where there is no dependency injection. It saves a lot of time and it is extremely efficient in managing all the dependencies. With any programming language, it is critical that new updates or new versions that are released, they should be easily upgradable. And that is one of the great features with .NET Core. The updates have typically been very smooth. And because of that, you can always keep up with the new version. .NET Core is also cloud friendly. As we move along with the development, more and more companies are leaning heavily towards cloud development, and .NET Core has been built with cloud architecture in mind. So that is why it is very flexible when we have to integrate .NET Core with the cloud technologies. Lastly, when it comes to performance, .NET Core exceeds all the previous version, and even the new versions that are released in .NET Core, they supersede the previous version. Microsoft has invested a lot in .NET Core. That gives us a clear idea that Microsoft has a long-term plan with this technology. So with that brief overview, let me continue from the next video. Before you take the course, there are some prerequisites that you should be familiar with, and the first one is basic knowledge of C# and .NET web development. Now even if you have worked with the old technology and not .NET Core or even web forms, that is okay. But you should be familiar with basic concepts of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and C# development. I would say about 6 months of experience is good enough, but that is required. On top of that, you should have basic understanding of MS SQL Server and how to write stored procedures or how to write select statements. Now even though we will not be writing any of them in the course, but you should have a basic understanding on how select statement works or how do you join the tables. And that is all the basic foundation that you will need. Everything else will be from ground zero. Let me walk you through on what are all the tools that you will require for the course. First thing that you will require is .NET 8. The IDE that we will be using will be Visual Studio 2022. Right now .NET 8 is in preview, so you will have to download Visual Studio 2022 preview, and make sure that you install .NET 8 as well. But once .NET 8 is released in November of 2023, you can work with that directly in Visual Studio 2022 without the preview version. When you download Visual Studio, make sure to download the community version, that is the free version that is available. Finally, for database, we will require SQL Server and SQL Server Management Studio. Make sure to install both SQL Server and SQL Server Management Studio on your local machine. That way we will be able to interact with the database. So make sure to install all of them before you continue to the next video. If you are ever stuck with some issue in the course, I am always here to help you, but let me walk you through on how to get help. Whenever you are programming, you are bound to run into error messages, and to solve them, the first thing that you should do is Google the error. Copy the error message that you have encountered, paste that on Google, and the chances are very high that you will find your solution. Now, the reason I am asking you to Google is many times when you will be programming in real world, I will not be there to help you. At that point, you need to explore how to Google the error and go through the suggestions to find a solution. But if that does not help, then I will recommend you to search through question and answers on Udemy. Do not try to go through question and answers before you Google. The reason I have that in the next step is if Google disappoints you, then go through question and answer and see if other students have faced that issue and what was the solution. But if none of them helped, then raise a new question and I will be responding back within 2 to 3 days based on my availability. But when you raise a question, make sure to follow the next 3 steps, or else it is difficult for anyone to help you with a solution. First, you must clearly identify or define what is the issue that you are facing. After that, you must include the steps that we should take to reproduce the same issue that you are facing. And finally, most important thing is a GitHub link to your project. If you do not provide a GitHub link, chances are very high that looking at the issue, I will not be able to tell what exactly is wrong. Because many times the issue is not on the same page, it throws an exception, it is related to some other files in your project. So until and unless these 3 critical points are present in your question, it gets really difficult to answer or provide a solution. So make sure to follow that in your journey throughout the course. When you are working with the course, there will be times when you will require GitHub link or project resources that are used in the course. To get all of them, you have to navigate to .NETmastery.com and go to your course. We will navigate to the details there, and we have the first link for GitHub code. If I open that here, you will notice the complete code that is used in the project. If you examine, I have each an individual commit based on the section and lecture name. If you open that here, you will see exactly what was modified. That way you can track on what exactly is not working in your application. Like right here, you can see these 2 lines were modified in section 17, lecture as no tracking in EF Core. I would highly recommend to put your code in source control as well. That way it will be easy to compare, and if you face any issue, you can directly send a link to your GitHub code. If I go back here, I have content resource. Make sure to download that, because if I open that, there will be code snippets that are used throughout the course. So you will require them on the videos, and all the images that are used in the course are also provided in project resource. So make sure again to download the project resource before you continue to the next video. It's time for the main question. What is clean architecture? Clean architecture is one of the most commonly used architectural patterns. It is a design pattern that promotes separation of concern by splitting one large application into multiple layers in a circular design. Each layer here will have its own responsibility and their dependencies. Fundamental behind clean architecture is to create a layered design where central core of the application is independent of any external dependency. When we have multiple circular layers, the dependencies will always point inward. So a layer in clean architecture cannot have outward dependency, it must always be an inward dependency. Now let me show you how the layers are organized in a clean architecture. The innermost layer is the domain layer in clean architecture. This layer contains the core entities and their specification. As an example, we will have models for all of our database tables in this layer, and they are also known as domain entities. So our core database entities or models will reside in the domain layer. Next layer that wraps around the domain layer will be the application layer. Now application layer is the place to host all of your business logic. It is the layer where we will keep all the interface separate from implementation to support separation of concern. Now when I say we will keep interfaces here, it is not always the interface. And we will of course explore that as we dive in the course. The next layer that wraps application layer is infrastructure layer. Now infrastructure layer handles external concerns like database, if you have email service, and other services that you use in the application. We will host our database migrations and DB context in this layer, along with repositories if you implement them with Entity Framework. Finally, the last layer will be presentation layer, and this is the outermost layer responsible for handling user interaction and user input. The presentation layer must be designed in a way that it is easily replaceable. In a .NET Core application, it contains the web application itself with controllers and views, but controllers will ultimately depend on inner layer for the business logic retrieval of the data and returning back to the user interface. Now again, this is a 10,000 feet overview, and if everything is confusing right now, do not worry. By the end of the course, everything will start making sense on why clean architecture is one of the most commonly used design pattern. But like I said, there will always be an inward dependency. Now presentation layer and infrastructure layer will have a dependency, but when you think about the innermost layer, both presentation layer and infrastructure layer will include application layer because that is the business logic, and application layer will include domain layer. That is exactly how dependencies will flow between all the layers as displayed in the picture. If possible, draw this diagram on a piece of paper and always keep that handy when we are programming. Because right now everything will be new, so it will take a while on where the dependencies are going, but we will always refer to the image right here when we are configuring clean architecture. We need to create a project in Visual Studio 2022. Right now I am in the preview version, but if you have Visual Studio 2022, steps will be the same. If you are using .NET 8 before it is available for public release, then you will have to use the preview version. Now in Visual Studio 2022, we will select a new project. There it will display all the available templates, and we need to select the one that we want to work with. The template that we want to use is an MVC template, So if you search for that, you will see ASP.NET Core Web App with model, views and controller. We will select that and hit the next button. Then we have something called as project name and solution name. I will give it a project name of bulky web, and the solution name I will keep that as bulky. Now solution, you can think of that as a folder and project name as a file in that folder. In one solution we can have multiple projects. If you want, you can keep both of them same, but we will keep solution name as bulky, and then bulky web is basically the web project in our solution. You can change the location to where you want to save your code, and we will hit the next button. We need to select the framework here. If you do not see .NET 8, that means it is not installed on your system, so make sure to install .NET 8 before you proceed. Next we have authentication type. Now authentication type, you can see there is individual account, none, Microsoft Identity Platform and Windows. We can select individual user account here, and then it will automatically configure everything in our project. But I do not want to go that route. I want to start from ground zero, so we will select none here, and later we will work on how to add authentication in an existing project. We will have the checkbox here for configure for HTTPS, and we do not want to use Docker. We will leave that unchecked here, and this is something old. It might go away in future where it says do not use top level statements. With that, our application looks good here. Let me hit the create button. And great, that creates application, and we have files and folder that we can examine in the Solution Explorer right here. But with that, we have created our first project. Now this is not our final project. This is only to understand the files and folder structures and some basic overview, but we will delete this project and we will start fresh in the section 2 with our final project. Our project is created here. Let me walk you through all the files that we see right here one by one. But before I even do anything with that, let me run the application by clicking the HTTPS here, and that will build the project and open that in the browser. Perfect. By default, we have a simple application. Let me zoom in here, and we have two things in the header here, home page where we see welcome here, and we have a privacy page where it displays a different page. So one thing you can see right out of the box, we have a header here, we have a footer, we have a body here, and we have navigation that is already configured by the default .NET project. That is great news. But before we take a look at any other files, the main file that I want to show you is the project file itself. To examine the project file, you have to right-click on the project. Now here there are two things. One is a project, which is bulky web, and then one is a solution, which is bulky. A solution can have multiple projects in .NET. Right now we only have one project, which is bulky web. When we examine the project file, it belongs to a project, so we will right-click on bulky web, which is our project, and there we have something called as edit project file. Perfect. When I open that, you can see it is pretty simple right now. In the older versions of .NET Core, this was more complicated, but they are simplifying this with the newer version. Inside property group, we have something called as target framework, which says that we are using NET 8.0, which is the .NET 8 framework. Then we have something called as nullable, and that is enabled. Now what exactly this nullable will do, I will cover that in the later videos because it is too early to go into those details. And next we have implicit using statements. If you are coming from any front-end library or any other frameworks, you should be familiar with some import statements that you write to import other libraries. Now because implicit using is enabled here, the default using or import statements from the .NET libraries, we will not have to write all of that. It will automatically be included with our project. If you disable that, then basically you will have to explicitly add import statements, nothing more complicated. But it is a convenience to have implicit using enabled, and that is the setting we will keep as well. Project file basically has all the project properties which are set by .NET right here, and on top of that, when you add some of the NuGet packages or npm packages, then you have to add them in the project file. Now when we add NuGet package, I will show you how the project file here gets updated in the upcoming videos. But right now, when we have the project file, we have the .NET Target framework that is really important, and we have Nullable, which has been introduced from .NET 6. I will explain that in later videos as well, and we have implicit using. Nothing that fancy right now, but when we add more things to our project, I will show you how the project file gets updated. With that brief overview, let me continue from the next video. After the project file, we have something called as connected services, but that is empty. We will ignore that. Next, we have the dependencies. When we build a .NET application, we always or most likely will be having more packages that will be added for more functionalities. Like if we have to access database, if we want some payment integration, we will be adding more packages. Right now in our dependencies, we do not have any package. Now when we have multiple projects, we might also add project as a dependency. So when we do that, this dependencies will automatically reflect that. And we will do that in future videos, so do not worry. Dependencies basically mean that this project is dependent on some packages or some other project. But we do not have any dependencies on NuGet package or any other project right now. Then we have a properties folder, and there we have launchsettings.json. Now this launchsettings.json basically defines a file which will say that when we are running or debugging the application right here, when we click on HTTPS, what should be some settings that should be used. You can see here there is IIS settings, and there it is saying that you should use the URL, which is HTTP one with the port number, but if it is an HTTPS, this will be the port number. Then if we scroll down, we have something called as profiles. These profiles resemble everything that you see here. You can see we have an HTTP profile, HTTPS profile, and IIS Express. In profile, we are saying that when we use HTTP profile, we want to run the application on this URL, and we are setting some environment variables. Environment variables will basically be like a global variable that is defined, and we can use that in application. As an example, let's say if you are setting ASP.NET Core environment to development, then inside the code you can check this variable. If that is development, you might use a different development database. If it is production, you might be using a production database. Same applies for, let's say, if you have a payment integration. If it is development, you want to use your development keys. That way you do not have to use a real credit card. But if it is production, then you want to use the production key. That way real credit card payments can be processed. So we can define all of those environment variables and profiles in launchsettings.json. If you scroll down, we have an HTTPS profile, and that is what we are using right here. You can toggle between the profiles by selecting which profile you want to run the application with. We are using HTTPS here, and here we have the application URL. Let me hide that, and that is 7169. I can update that to be 7001, and let me run this. Perfect. When we execute that, you can see the application is now running on port 7001. That way you can toggle some of the properties. We also have IIS Express here, and you can modify them as per your requirement. Now typically you do not modify the profiles that much, but I wanted to give you a quick 5 minutes overview on launch settings.json. Perfect. Whoops. Let me stop the application here. Next file that I want to show you is in the controllers. Well, in the launch settings, let me revert back the change. So here I can undo my git change, and that will bring back the original port. Now of course you can use whatever you want, but I'm not going to change that. With that, we have covered launch settings and the project file. Next folder that we have is www root folder, and this is an important folder in the application. This folder will basically host all of the static content of your .NET Core or your project. Now what is static content? Static content basically means any CSS, any JavaScript, any NuGet packages or third-party libraries, or if you have any images, files, PDFs, PowerPoint, and so on. Anything that is static which does not have an HTML code goes into the www root folder. So you can see right here we have a global site.css which is already being used in the application. So if you want to add some styling here, you can always add that. Next we have the JS file, which is site.js, but that is empty. We just have a basic template there. Inside the lib folder, we can see Bootstrap, jQuery, jQuery validations. All of them are included by default when you create an MVC application. In future, when we have to add images or anything else which is static, we will always add them in one place, which is www root folder. Always remember that. After that, we have controllers, models, and views that I will cover in the upcoming videos. But after that, we have something called as appsettings.json. And then if you expand that, you can see we have appsettings.development.json. App settings will be the place where you will host all of your connection string. Now when I mean connection string, it is not just connection string, but basically any secret key that you have for your application. An example of that will be for your email, you might be using SendGrid, or you might have a secret key for email. You will add that in app settings. When you have database connection, you will add those secret keys there. If you are using Azure Blob Storage or Azure Storage account, you will be storing all of those connections in one place. That way, when you have to change a connection, you always know that you have to go to appsettings.json and not go through all the code trying to find out where is that connection. All of your connection or secret keys should always go inside appsettings.json. Now here you see there is appsettings.json and appsettings.development.json. If you remember, inside launchsettings.json, we have the ASP.NET Core environment. Now based on this environment, it will be configuring to use a different connection string. Like let's say in production, you will have an environment variable with the name of production. Then inside appsettings.json, well, in the project here, let me add and show you that new file. We will be adding a new item and we will search for JSON file. We have the app settings file. I will call that appsettings.production.json. We save that here, and what will happen with .NET Core is it will dynamically use that connection. Whoops, I have a spelling mistake there. Fix that. So perfect. Now in production, if your ASP.NET Core environment name, this is production, then it will be using the connection string and all the settings from this app settings .production.json. So it is pretty smart on what connection it will use. But we will uncover that in the upcoming videos. Right now we do not want to go into that complexity. Only thing you should remember is all of your secrets or connection string will go in app-settings.json file. Let me remove the production file that I added right now. We are not going to use that, but in the final section where we will be deploying the code, I will modify that and show you how things work. So perfect. With that, in the next video, let's examine program.cs, which is a critical file. Now I want to cover a main file, which is program.cs. In the older versions of .NET Core, we used to have two files. We had program.cs and we had startup.cs. But with the newer version, the .NET team has combined both of those files in one file, which is the program.cs file. Now here, let me zoom out, and when we have to configure a .NET application, there are two things that you should remember. First, we have to add some services to our container, and next we have to configure the request pipeline. In the program.cs, those are the two things that are being handled. First, you can see there is builder.webApplication that creates a builder. On that builder, we are adding some services. Right now, we are using MVC for our architecture, and that is why on builder.services, it has added something called as add controllers with views. That way it knows that okay, our application will be using controllers and those are already defined in the .NET project, so I know how to handle that service. In future, we will be adding many more services inside program.cs file. Like if we have to inject something using dependency injection, which is a very critical aspect in .NET Core, we will inject all of them inside the services right here. And the next thing that we have is we have to configure the request pipeline. Pipeline basically means that when a request comes to an application, how do you want to process that? Now one thing that you see on line 9 here is we have app.environment.isDevelopment. This is the same environment variable that we saw in launchSettings.json. IsDevelopment is a built-in helper, and you can see we also have isProduction, isStaging. But if you have some custom environment name, you can use isEnvironment and pass it there as well. That's too technical for now, but I just wanted to give you some overview on how the environment variables are being used. Here we are saying that if the environment is not development, then we want to use an exception handler and we want to redirect to home error page. But if it is development, then we want to see that exception. That is why we have this if condition. After that, in our pipeline, we have added HTTPS redirect and app.use static files. When we add the use static files, it will configure the www root path and all the static files in there will be accessible in our application. After that, we are adding routing to the request pipeline and we have authorization. Now ignore this authorization right now. We will cover that when we have authentication and authorization in our project. But by default in the request pipeline, just have that authorization is added. If you even forget that, that's okay. Next, we have something that is important. Now, when we have an application, we are telling it how the routing should work. And for that, we have app.mapControllerRoute. It basically has a default pattern that if nothing is defined in the route, you should go to something called as a home controller. Inside there, you should go to index action, and ID here can be defined or not. A question mark in .NET basically means that ID can be defined or it can be null. So we are defining the default route that it should follow. And finally, we have app.run that will basically run the project. Now it might be confusing on what is going on here. Why do I need program.cs file? What is all this middleware, pipeline? Very strange words. Do not worry. When we progress with the course, everything will start making much sense. The reason I spent 5 minutes on this file right now is you have a rough idea that there is one file where if I have to add a service to the container or I have to configure the middleware, I have to go to program.cs file. That is all that I want you to digest from this 5 minutes and have a rough idea of what I talked about. If nothing here makes sense, that's okay. You should only remember that when you have to configure something in the pipeline, program.cs is the place you have to go. With that understanding, let me continue from the next video. If I go to Solution Explorer and open the program.cs file, you can see in the routing we have something called as controller and action. Remember these keywords for now. If you open the Solution Explorer again, you will notice we have a folder with the name of controllers, we have models, and we have views. That basically defines the MVC keyword. MVC stands for models, views, and controllers. But how do all three of them come together? Let me show you a brief overview about that. In the MVC architecture, as I said, first letter stands for model. Model represents the shape of the data. So if you have any tables or if you have any classes, model will have all of that. And what I mean by class is, let's say you are building an e-commerce application where you have products, you will have orders, you will have order details, shopping cart, and much more. Models will basically have all of those class files. Next, we have something called as view, which stands for the user interface. So whatever you see on the screen, that is the view part of the MVC application. So model represents the data, and what you see on the screen is the user interface, like if you have a form or if you have a fancy chart that you see on the browser, all of that is represented by the view. View will control the HTML element of your web project. Now you have the view where you have the fancy HTML that you see on the screen. But when you have the data, you will have to process or even fetch that data, because data might be inside database. So you need something to fetch that data and display that in a table on your HTML view that you have. That missing piece or heart of the MVC application is the controller, which is the last piece of the missing block here. Controller will basically handle the user request, and it will act as an interface between model and view. What happens is when a user clicks on one of the button or opens the website, the request will first go to the controller. Controller will then determine what model it has to fetch. It will retrieve all the data that is needed using the models, and then it will pass all the data that is required to be displayed to the view component. What view will do is it will add all the data in its HTML formatting and pass that data back to the controller, and then controller will send that response back, and the data or website will be displayed on your screen. So one thing that you should always remember is, in an MVC architecture, controller is heart of your application. And it might sound like I'm repeating this over and over again, but MVC architecture can be tricky to understand if you are getting started. So let's walk through that again. When a user opens a website, it goes to a controller. Controller will then fetch data from the models or wherever it has to do, process that data, like there might be some conversion or anything that it has to do, and once the data is in good shape, it will pass that data to the view. On that static HTML, it will add the data that controller has passed. Like in view, we might have defined that there is a table, but what data that table needs, we will pass that from controller to the view. Then view will add that data in the HTML, and final content, it will return back to the controller, which will ultimately be passed on to the user screen, and user can see the complete website. This, my friends, is the basic architecture of an MVC application. Now, a controller can have many action methods. Action method basically define the endpoints in a controller, and we will uncover that in the next video. But there is something called as action methods there as well. If I go back to the website here, you can see where we have the default route. We are saying that if nothing is defined, you should go to the home controller, and there you have index action and something called as ID. Let's ignore that. Right now, you know the basic MVC architecture, and let's cover this routing in the next video. Now we want to understand routing in an MVC application. Routing basically defines that in the URL, when you type something, where it should send that request to. We have configured a default route here, but when it comes to an MVC application, we have a certain pattern. And before I show you that in the application, let me walk you through a presentation here to give you a rough idea. You can see the URL pattern for routing is considered after the domain name. Localhost and port number is the domain name. This localhost can be google.com, can be .netmastery.com, or whatever you want. When we have to consider routing, we remove that piece, and anything after that is considered the routing pattern. In an MVC application, the typical route that we have is a controller and then action. Those are the two words that you should always remember and write it down. There is a controller, and inside controller, there are action methods. Let me show you that with an example here. In this first URL you see, we have the domain name, which is localhost, and then we have something called as /category /index, and then a number 3. So the first thing that you see after the domain is the controller name, and next thing with a / will be an action name. After that, if there is anything there, that will be the ID. ID is an optional field that we already saw right here. You can see that is question mark. So if we go back, what is the first thing after the domain name? That is the category. After that we have index, and then if there is anything present, that will be populated in the ID. That is the default pattern that has been defined in the .NET project. Now of course we can modify some things here, and we will do that in the later videos, but this is the default pattern. We have controllers, and inside there we have action. Based on that, I have an example here, and I want you to find out that based on the URL, what will be the category and what will be the action, and if there is an ID or not. The first example here, category is the controller and index is the action. We do not have any ID, so ID will be null. After that, we only have something called as category. If there is no action defined, then by default the action will be index action. We do not have any action defined in the second example, so controller will be category, action will be index, and ID will be null. In the third example here, we have controller name as category, action name as edit, and then we have some ID with the value of 3. And the final example here, we have a controller with the name of product, we have an action with the name of details, and ID with a value of 3. Now you might be wondering, what is the importance of this assignment? Well, it is really important. From now onwards, if you look at a URL that is using MVC architecture, you can tell what is the controller name and what is the action name. Now if I go back here, we are saying that the default controller is home and action is index. That basically means that if nothing is defined after the domain name, it is telling the application that you should go to home controller and index action method. That is the default route that .NET team has configured in program.cs. If you want, you can change that default route, but that is the default route, and you know how that will be converted to a URL if you want. Now enough talking. Let me show you routing in action in the next video. Now you have a rough idea of what is a controller and what is an action based on the URL. So basically, if you have a URL, from that you can tell me what is the controller, what is the action, and what is ID. With that rough idea, let me go back to the project here, and I will open Solution Explorer. You can see there are 3 folders here that we have not covered yet. There is a view folder, there is a model folder, and there is a controller folder. In controller, you can see we have something called as home controller. When we are naming any controller, one thing that is important is the controller keyword. So if you have a home controller, you should have the name followed by the controller keyword, and that must be placed inside the controllers folder. If you place it somewhere else, it will not work. These are the rules that are defined for the MVC architecture. So in controllers, we have home controller. In models, we just have one model, which is error view model. It is a basic class file and it has 2 properties, nothing fancy, and we don't want to go into those details right now. Another thing that I want to point out is when a request comes to controller, it is not always required that a model is needed. Sometimes it can render a view which can be a static view and no model is needed in that case. But I want you to keep that in mind, that model is not always needed. Perfect. So now we have a home controller here and all the views related to that controller will be placed inside the views folder with the exact same name as controller. And this will be home and not home controller. Controller is a keyword here, so actual name of the controller is home, and that will be the name of folder inside views folder. That is the architecture for MVC. We have controllers and all the views that corresponds to that controller must be placed inside the views folder with a subfolder of the exact name as the controller name. So perfect. We can see in home controller we have an index view and we have a privacy view. If I run the application here, and right there you can see we have a home page and a privacy page. Right now we only have one controller in our application, so both of the view belongs to the same controller. When we load the page, you can see the URL. We do not have any controller name or action name. We just have this welcome text. Let's see where that text is. Inside home view, we have the index view. If I open that, that is the exact text that we see right here. We have the welcome, we have learn about, and we have an anchor tag with building web apps with ASP.NET Core. So what we see on the home page here basically is displayed from this index view inside the home folder. When we click on privacy here, we have the privacy policy, and if I open the privacy.cshtml file, that is the data that is being displayed right here. Ignore this view data for now, but you can see the paragraph tag is exactly what we have. Now something interesting that you should notice here is when we are going to the privacy page, the URL here is something that we have seen before with routing. Based on this URL, can you tell me what is the controller name and what is the action name? The controller name is home controller and action name is privacy. Now how does that come together? I will show you that, but before that, let me change this to be index. So home controller index action, press enter, and perfect. We get back to the home page. How did that happen? When we click on home page, it does not define anything in the route, and that is because the default route that we have here, we are saying that if nothing is defined, go to home controller and index action. So that means that even if you define home controller and index action, it will take you to basically the same page. So I hope you can see how things are coming together. But the main question, how does it know where it has to load this particular view that we see? Let me show that. We have home controller and index action. For that, let me go to the home controller here, and we have few things right here. You can see there is something here, but ignore that. What I want to show you is in home controller, what we have down here, these are called the action method. On line 11, we basically have a constructor for our class, and I will explain you that in later videos. But other than that, we have 3 action methods here, and they are returning something called as iActionResult. I was telling you before that there are 2 things, controller and action. What we have defined in the URL, we are telling go to the home controller and get the index action. So at that point, it will go to the home controller and it will execute this index action. In index action, we do not have any code. We are only saying return view. What does this mean? Well, it basically says that we have to return some view inside the views folder. But what view does it have to return? And that is where the naming that we have given to folder comes into picture. If we have not defined a name inside this round bracket, it will use the same name as the action name. So it will return an index view. But where will it get that view from? It will get that view from the home controller. So it will go to the home folder inside views, and there it will get the index.cs HTML. And if we type home/privacy, it will execute the privacy action method, and the view that it will return will be the privacy view because that is the name of the action method. Now ignore the error action method that we have here, but you can see how index and privacy are executed. Now with Visual Studio, we have great debugging functionality. For that, what you have to do is right here, when you hover, you can see a circle dot. If you click there, that means you have added a debugger. Let me add that in both the lines here. And if I go back here, and if I execute home, index and press enter, you can see the breakpoint is being hit here. That means that this statement is being executed right now. So that proves that it is going to the index action method. We will have to hit continue here, and then it will navigate or continue execution and bring back the website. When we click on privacy, it will go to the privacy action method, and we continue here, and perfect. So with that, I hope you have a rough idea of how routing works. But let me show you something before I end the video. When we are returning back to the view, actually, let me go to program here, and rather than home controller index action, let me set the default to home and privacy, and let me run that. Now when the application loads, we do not have any URL defined, so on the home page, it will invoke the privacy action method, and that view will be returned. Perfect. Let me roll back that change, and I will go back here to controller. There, when I am returning the view, as I said before, if nothing is defined here, it will look for the same view with the name of the action method in the folder of that controller name. Now rather than that, I am saying that when the index is being called, I want you to return a view with the name of privacy. In that case, it will go to the home folder and look for a view with the name of privacy, and views have an extension of .cs HTML. Let me run this. Now the default page, it again loads the privacy page, but to prove you that, if I go to home and index, privacy view is being loaded. So you can always override what view will be returned, but this is the default that we have if nothing is present. I will also roll back that change to keep things simple for now. But I hope with that you have a rough idea of how routing works. And again, in controller, we will have action methods that will define what view needs to be returned back. Now MVC is tricky to understand, as I have said before, so I do not expect you to understand 100% of the things that I'm explaining right now. But even if you are understanding 50 to 70% so far, that is a great progress. And when you actually start implementing this in the upcoming section, everything will start making much more sense, and you will understand why this pattern is so powerful. With that overview, let me continue from the next video. Now that we have seen routing, we know how the views are being displayed based on the URL. But if I run the application again, that is not the only thing that is being displayed on the page. Because if I open the index.cs HTML, you can see there is a welcome text and a learn about that we see right here. But what about this header that we have on the top, and we also have a footer? How is that getting loaded? And for that, we have to go to solution. In views folder, we have seen what is there in the home view, but we have something called as shared, and we have something called as underscore view imports and underscore view start. If you have worked with older .NET application, you might remember something called as a master page and a child page. Underscore layout is the master page of your complete application. If I open underscore layout here, you can see we have doc type HTML, we have a head here with some styling, we have a body, and there we have the header. In header, you can see we have the home and privacy links here, and we scroll down, we have something called as render body. This render body is a built-in helper in the MVC, and that will display anything that we want in the body. Now what that body will be, that will be determined by what is returned from the controller. If we return the index view, it will display that view right here. After the render body, we have a footer here where we are displaying the bulky web. If we go back to the application, that is what we have right here. So underscore layout will be the master page of your application or the main page of your application. Always remember that. And in underscore layout, we will add all the JavaScript, all the CSS that we want to use globally in the application. With that, we have something in the anchor tags like ASP controller, ASP action. These are called tag helpers, but ignore them. When the time is right, I will explain you why we need them. Right now, underscore layout is the master page of your application, and whatever view we return from the controller, that will be displayed in the render body content of underscore layout. After that, let's go back, and we have something called as validation scripts partial. There we have basically included two JavaScript. Now when we progress with the course, we want to add client-side validation, and for that we will be using this JavaScript. Because of that, on all pages, validations are not needed. So what the .NET team has done is it has added some of the basic JavaScript here, and then on the pages where validations are needed, it has separated that out in a different file, and we can use them in our file only if needed. We will see that in action down the road, but here we have something called as validation script partial. Now one thing that you notice here is in validation scripts partial, we have an underscore. This underscore is not required in layout or validation scripts partial. But typically if that is a page or component that is used throughout the application, then we typically like to add an underscore. That way when we look at the name, we can know that okay, this view will be used throughout the application. And there is also a special name for that, which is partial view. Partial view basically means that they cannot be displayed on the page by itself. They will be incorporated as a part of some main view. But that is a little too technical or a little too early for now. But just keep that terminology in mind that there is something called as view and there are partial views. By the name, partial views are basically the views that you do not use by themselves. They will be consumed inside the main view. Then next we have a view for error.cshtml. This is the view where we display the error message if anything is encountered, and we can ignore that for now. Now one main question that I had when I was learning MVC was, how does the application know that this underscore layout is the master page of the application? That is simple. We define that inside the file which is viewstart.cshtml. There we are telling that the layout of the application is underscore layout. If I change this to be layout here, let me stop that and run it, things will not work. We have an exception here, the layout cannot be located. And you can see where it is actually looking for the layout. To fix that, what we can do is I can rename this to be layout, and then it will start working again. Perfect. So you can see that is how the application is configured to know what is the default layout or master page of your application. Let me revert back the change here. I will keep it underscore layout. That is the name you should be familiar with and not layout. Perfect. Let me run the application and it should work the same. Great. So view start will define what is the master page or what is layout of your web application. Then we also have something called as view imports. Here we have defined bulky web and bulky web.models. We have added using statements here. If you are working with .NET, you know the using statements are used rather than typing that every time. If not, do not worry, when the time comes I will show you why using statements are needed. But on top of that, it has added something called as tag helpers. That also we will cover in upcoming videos. But view import, you can think about that as a global import file. Rather than importing or writing the using statement in all file, you can add that here and that will automatically be available in all the views. Now again, the view import or the using statements that we have added here will only be available in the views and not in controllers or models. When the time is right in the future videos, I will show you the importance of view imports, and we will also be adding more imports in the file. Let me close all the tabs here, and with that I believe we have covered all the files in the views. We have a model, controller, and perfect. Now with the overview that we have covered with all the files and folder, it is the perfect time to get our hands dirty from the next video. I want to spend some time on an important topic, and that is iAction result. If I go back to the application in the home controller you will notice that the action or the endpoints that we have here, they return something called as an iActionResult. As the name implies here, iActionResult is a base abstraction of ActionResult. But ActionResult is ultimately used as the base of all the other derived return types for an action method. Right now you can see it is returning a view. If rather than ActionResult we have something called as viewResult, if I return that back, it works. You can see view is a type of viewResult, so we can write that as the return type for privacy action, and if I run the application, everything will work exactly the same. Let me open privacy page, and perfect. You can see that is working. Rather than returning to a view, we also have something called as return, redirect to action, and we can redirect to index action from the privacy action. So let's say there was something that we have to process here. Once that is done, we want to redirect to index action. The return type here is viewResult, so rather than that we have to change that to redirect to ActionResult, and that will work. Let me run the application and see that when we click on privacy here, you can see it is redirecting us back to the home page. That is another return type that we have. We can return back JSON here, and if we do that, the return type will be JSON result here. So there are multiple return types that we can configure, but the main point here is what if you had an action method that was returning two things. Like we have a condition here. Let's say we have a variable temp is equal to 0, and if temp is equal to 0, we want to return redirect to action. We want to go to index action. In the else part here, we want to return back to the view. Let me write that. We will go to the privacy view. If we had index in there, then even though we are on the privacy action, it will redirect to index view. We do not want that. We want the default privacy view, but with that you can see we have an error. Because the return type we are saying redirect to action result, but sometimes we will return back to the view. Rather than that, if we had iActionResult, everything will work, because that is a wrapper around all the return types. If you want to be explicit like viewResult, you can do that, but iActionResult is the default way, and that is the approach that you should be using. Let me show you one more thing here. Where we have redirect to action result, if I press F12, you can see it has the action result here, and if I press F12 on action result, that implements the iActionResult. Because of that, where we have the return type here, if we say iActionResult, then we can return anything that inherits the action result. In simple words, you can think of iActionResult is basically like using a var that you have here. You do not have to explicitly define if this is an integer. Based on the value that is assigned, it will automatically use that. iActionResult is somewhat like that, but not exactly. It does not matter if your action is returning redirect to action or returning back to the view. As long as you have the iActionResult, you can return any of the classes that have implemented action result, like JSON result, view result, partial view result, and much more. Now, if this is too much right now, do not worry. I only wanted to give you a brief idea of how everything is working and what exactly is this iActionResult. As we proceed with the course, you will see how we will redirect to action, return view, add parameters, and much more. What is dependency injection? It is a common interview question, and explaining that with a real-world example will show that you really understand the concept. My name is Brogain, and welcome to .NET Mastery. If you enjoy free content related to .NET programming, make sure to subscribe to the channel. That way you will be notified when new content is uploaded. Now back to the main question, what exactly is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern in which a class or object has its dependent classes injected rather than directly creating them. This is done so that we do not have to create, manage and dispose the object, and it improves the loose coupling between classes. Now that is too much technical. Do not worry. Let me simplify that with a real-world example that almost everyone can relate to. In this example, we have Bob here who wants to go on hiking. Now it is a long hike, and for that he will require many supplies like maps, flashlight, protein bars, and much more. So he places all of them in his backpack, and next day when he goes on the hiking, he takes the backpack with him. The bag that he has acts as a container. So during the hike, when he needs anything, he can take it out of the container and use them. This is the simple concept. You put the items that you need in a container, and when you need them, they are already present in the container, so you can directly fetch them from the container. Now that is a little too easy to understand, but how does it relate to programming world? To show that, let me elaborate a situation without dependency injection. In our application, we have 3 pages and we have some common functionality that we want to use across all the 3 pages. Like we want to send emails and we want to access our database in all the 3 pages that we have. So first, let's say we have to access database. In order to do that, what we typically do is create object of our class, which is used to access the database. Let me call that DB for this example. Then we might call some method inside that object and retrieve data. Once we are done, we will be disposing that object that was created. This object creation logic we will have to write in all the 3 pages, and same thing we will have to do with email as well. By doing that, we are actually solving the issue of having email and database access in our page. But as you can see, we have a lot of duplicate code that is being written here. And when we design, we try to build the perfect solution. But sadly, most of the time we do not know the complete future of a project. It could very well happen that in future, because of some reason, you might have to create a new class for sending email or maybe a new data access class. What happens in that case? Well, it is simple for now. In all the pages where we had the old object, we will replace that with the new class. Like in this case, we have db_new class and we have email_new. And when we think about that, it does not seem like a big issue. That is because we only have 3 pages right now. But what if your application had 30 pages or 300 pages? You will have to modify that in all the pages, and on top of that you will be dealing with creating the object, managing and disposing them. That is a time-consuming effort when we have to do that in all the pages. So what is the solution to avoid all of this and get an optimal architecture? The answer to that is dependency injection. Let me show you how the same situation would look like with dependency injection. Again, we would have the 3 pages and we would have email and database functionality. These are common things that we had before as well. But right now we would have something special, which is a dependency injection container. And in that container, we will register both email and database service. So there we will have an interface for iEmail and iDB, and we will have the implementation inside email and DB class. When any page would access these functionalities, they would ask for an implementation of iDB or iEmail. The pages do not know what implementation will be given to them. Dependency injection container is responsible for all of that. So what the framework will do is when a page requests implementation of email interface, it will look in the container to find out that email interface is implemented inside the email class. So it will automatically create the object and pass it onto the page. That way we do not have to deal with creating object, disposing or managing that in our page. Pages will look very clean because they will just have the interface and implementation is provided by the dependency injection container. The best thing is in future if you have to change or replace the implementation, you do not have to do in all the places because you only registered the implementation in the container. So only in that file you will have to go and replace with the new implementation. So our DB and email, we just need to replace them with DB new and email new, and all the pages will automatically get the new implementation. So with that you can see email and database are now loosely coupled with the other classes. And that is the beauty of dependency injection. Now dependency injection is built in if you are using .NET Framework. So you just have to register the service and .NET Framework will take care of everything else. I hope with that short video you have a better understanding of dependency injection. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to like the video and leave a comment if you have any other question or topics that I should cover next. You can check out more free videos on .NETmastery.com. Until then, happy coding! Now there is one teeny tiny thing that I want to tell you right now. When we go to controller, we have a controller and we have an action method there. It is returning something called as a view. If you are coming here from traditional .NET or some other programming language, you will be smacking your head. What is this view? What is this action result? Why is this return type? Typically we have a return type of, let's say, an object or maybe a string or something like a list or IEnumerable. IActionResult is one of the custom classes or rather interface that is implemented in the .NET framework, and that basically implements all of the possible result type for an action method. So even if things are looking like it's magic right now, it is not, and when you progress with the course, you will see how everything comes together. So right now, do not, and I'm saying that, do not try to smack your head or be too hard on yourself on trying to understand every small piece that you see on the screen. By the end of this course, I will cover all of them to make sure that no stone is left unturned. But when I say that just assume this is the syntax right now, just assume that for now, because I know when I will be moving forward with the course, you will understand all the basic foundation. Nothing is magic, everything is programming, and you will learn all of that by the end of this course. So right now, don't be too hard on yourself, and let me continue from the next video. I hope with the overview that we had so far, you have a basic understanding of all the files and folders that are created with the default application. Now what I want to do is get started on our final project. For that we will be creating a new project. So whatever you have right now, you can delete that project. It was to get you up and running with the basic fundamentals, and let me start fresh from the next video. We need to create our project. In Visual Studio 2022, we will select New Project. Right here we have to select the type of project. Our project will be an MVC application, so let me select that. We have ASP.NET Core Web App with model, view and controller. I will modify the location to where I want to save that, and the solution name here, Let me call that White Lagoon. Next we have the project, and this project will be the MVC application. So let me call that White Lagoon dot web project. With that configured, let me hit the next button. We will be using .NET 8. That looks good. Let me create the project. Now I do not want to select any authentication type because rather than configuring our project with everything, I want to show how we can add and configure that later on. Perfect. Our project has been created here. We are ready to start learning clean architecture with .NET Core. But when we are programming, it is good to have our code in a source control, and we will be using GitHub for that. You can see in Visual Studio I have the button here, Add to Source Control. I will select Git there, and I have already logged into my GitHub account, so that looks good. Right now I am publishing that as a private repository, but by the time you take the course, this will be a public repository and you can access all the commits. With that, let me select Create and Push here, and we will have the initial commit. Let me push that as well, and perfect. With that, our solution is configured in source control, and to validate that, if I open my GitHub account, repository, perfect. You can see we have the White Lagoon repository right here. When we will be adding all the commits here, you will be able to take a look at all of them and see exactly what was modified in that lecture. In the last video, we saw what different layers are responsible for, so let me create them right here. In this solution, let me create a new project, and it will be class library. If you do not have them in the recent project, you can always search them right here. Make sure to select the C#, that's the language that we are using, and I will call that White Lagoon.domain. Let me copy that name and create that. Perfect, that looks good. Let me right click again, add a new project. Next one that we want will be White Lagoon.application. Let me create that with .NET 8. Looks good. Add a new one. And the final one that we will have will be White Lagoon.infrastructure. Perfect. Let me create that as well. And great. Now we have different projects in our solution. Let me delete the class 1, that is the default one, from all the layers. And perfect. That looks good. With that, we have different layers that are needed for clean architecture configured in our solution. Now that we have created multiple projects in our solution, it's time to configure database and entity framework core in our web project. But right now you can see models and everything is clustered in the web project. We do not want that. We want everything to be separated out in a clean architecture. Because of that, we have a question. Where will we place all the data models or entity models which will correspond to the tables that we will have in our database? That will always go to the domain layer, which is the innermost layer of clean architecture. In domain here, we will create a new folder for that, and I will call that as entities, because that will be all the entities or tables in our database. In the entities folder, let me create a new class, and we will create our first model, and that will be Villa Model. Our project will be a resort project, and there will be multiple villas in our project. We will make that a public class, and there we need to create few properties. First will be primary key of the table, and let me call that as ID. Next we will have the name property, and I can make that a required property because when we create a villa, name will always be required. Next property will be description here, but I can make that nullable. Let me add a question mark here to make that nullable. After that, we need few more properties for the villa, like what will be price of the villa, what will be square feet, and what will be occupancy. All of them that we are creating here are basically properties of the villa class. Now on top of all the properties that we already have, let me create 3 more properties. I will have an image URL where we will give the URL of an image and that will be displayed for that villa. Later on we will modify this to upload an image and handle all the scenarios, but right now we will keep things super simple. Then I have some date here to track on when that villa was created or when that was updated. It is purely for logging purposes, but that looks good for the villa model. Now the model that we have created here, we have to create a SQL database and a table inside there. When we are working with Entity Framework Core, code first methodology, that means we only write the code and then we write some commands. It will automatically convert this code and create that database and villa table. But before we go into those complexities, we have to configure our application to use SQL Server. We need to configure Entity Framework Core in our project. We have the villa entity that we added here, but in the web project, we need to add some NuGet packages because we will be adding and configuring connection string to our SQL database. I already opened the NuGet package manager, but basically you will right click on the project and select manage NuGet packages. Make sure to select the include pre-release here because we are using .NET 8 and we want to use the preview version. Now you can see by default IntelliSense is displaying we have to install Microsoft.entityframeworkcore.sql server. We have to install that package, so let me do that here. And perfect, that looks good. Now we can also install the Microsoft.entityframeworkcore.design package. I believe that will be needed as a dependency later on. And great. When you install any preview version, you can see right now I am using preview 6. If during the recording the version gets updated to preview 7, I will update that in all the project. Make sure to install the same preview version. If you do preview 6 for one and preview 5 for other, things might not work. So if you do update, make sure to keep that consistent. But I believe that looks good for the web project. Now the reason I did not install Entity Framework Core here is in SQL Server. When you look at the dependencies, we have relational here and there we have Microsoft.entityframeworkcore. So that way when we install SQL Server, Entity Framework Core is already configured in the project. But all of the implementation of repository will be done inside the infrastructure project. So let me manage that NuGet package and we will go to the Browse tab. Here we will have to install quite a few NuGet packages. First, let me install the SQL Server. After that, we will manage migration, and for that we will use Microsoft.entityframeworkcore.tools. Now the commands, do not worry about them right now. When the time is right, I will walk you through them as well. Finally, let me implement the Microsoft.entityframeworkcore.design. We are using the same version. That looks good. And perfect. With that, we have configured the infrastructure project and web project with all the NuGet packages that are needed for Entity Framework Core. We want to configure Entity Framework Core in our project. The DB context for that will be inside the infrastructure project. So right there, let me create a new folder with the name of data, and inside there I will create a new class, call that application DB context. Now this will be the DB context for Entity Framework Core. To make this class a DB context, we have to extend the DB context class that is inside Microsoft.Entity Framework Core. When we configure Entity Framework Core, there are few things that we have to configure right out of the box, and one of them is to have the constructor right here. What we are doing is whatever we get in the parameters of this application DB context, we are passing that on to the base class. Now the options here we will configure when we create an object or when we inject application DB context, or rather register that to something called as a dependency injection. Do not worry about that complexity right now. You can assume that this line you have to write by default when you want to configure Entity Framework. But with that, we have created our DB context in the infrastructure project. Now you might be wondering that we have written some magical code, but how will this code actually help us with Entity Framework? Let me show that. We will now work on the web project here, and we have something called as appsettings.json file. If I open that file, we have some logging right here. But app settings will be one place in your complete solution where you will have connection strings and secrets for your project. What I mean by that is you will have your database connection string. If you have some secret for Stripe payment, or you have some SSL secret, you will store them here. Or if you have connection to some other API endpoints, all of them you will write them in appsettings.json. Now of course in production you can move that to a secret vault, but right now let's keep everything simple. Any secret or connection that you have for your project will go inside appsettings.json file. If you expand that, you will also see we have appsettings.development. We can add appsettings.production. That way we can manage the connection for different environment. But if we add something in app settings, that will be applied globally. So let me use that rather than adding the individual ones. But later on we will see that in action as well. But now the question is, how do we add a connection string? You can see if I add a comma here, there is already a predefined block with the name of connection strings. You can of course create a new custom block, but we can even use the existing one. And sometimes you might say IntelliSense like this automatically populated for me. That might not be the case for you. I have license of GitHub Copilot. Because of that, it is automatically detecting few changes and displaying that. If I press tab here, you can see it creates a connection string. But for the database name, I want something more meaningful, like White Lagoon. So perfect. You can see in default connection, I have added a connection string, and there I have a server name. Now one thing that I will point out is right here, we have a format. In connection string, we have a key with the value of default connection, and then we have connection string. You can call this anything that you want. But right now, make sure to name it exactly same as default connection. That way when we are accessing the connection string in the upcoming videos, your name will match what I have here. And then you must match the connection string based on your local setup. I have the server of MS SQL local DB. If I copy that and go back to SQL Server, if I paste that name here, and if I remove one of the backward slash, hit the connect button, you can see I am able to connect to that SQL Server. So whatever server you are able to connect here, copy that name and paste that for the server name right here. Next we have the database name. I will call that White Lagoon, and I have trusted underscore connection to be true and multiple active result sets to be true. For the local development, I have seen that if you do not have the trust server certificate to be true, SQL Server connection sometimes does not work. So make sure to add that trust server certificate, and that looks good. Now right now I will intentionally add a bug here, and rather than having trusted underscore connection, I will write trusted connection because I want to show you one common error message. But with that we have added connection string in our app settings. Now right now things are very isolated. In infrastructure project we have something called as application DB context, where we have defined the DB context. In the web project we have defined a connection string, but we have not configured our web project to use this DB context and apply the connection string for database. We have added the DB connection in the infrastructure project, and in app settings we have the connection string. But one thing that is missing is how does both of this come together? In the web project we need to configure application DB context and entity framework core, where we have to tell that you need to use the connection string defined in app settings.json. Because we are working with .NET Core, all the configuration of the web project will be done in the main file, that is program.cs. This will be the root file for all the configuration. Right here you can see where we have to add services to the container. We want to register DB context there. And then later on when we have to add something to the request pipeline, we will do that right here. But right now we want to add dependency. But right now we want to add a service to our container, and that is DB context service. Now previously, if you remember, one thing that we have to do is our DB context is in infrastructure project. So in the web project, we need to add project reference, and we need to reference our infrastructure project. Let me select that. Perfect. That way our web project can now access application DB context. If you remember the old .NET days, typically what we had to do is we say application DB context is equal to new, and then we pass something in the parameter. Now right now you can ignore what was there in the parameter, but basically that is what we used to do. In the controller or any endpoint we need DB context, we create a new implementation. With .NET Core, that is not needed. What we rather have to do is on builder.services, we can register an existing service. Right now we have a default implementation of add DB context, and there we have to define what class is implementing the DB context. That is application DB context. Because of that, you can see the using statement got added at the top here, and that looks good. In the parameter here, we have to define the option. Now that option will basically be the DB context option that we already defined in the application DB context. So here we will say option goes to, and then we can say option.use SQL Server along with builder.configuration.get connection string default connection. I have written something here, but before I explain that, for use SQL Server, we will need Microsoft.Entity Framework Core using statement. Now when we are saying that we want to use SQL Server for our DB context, we have to pass the connection string right here. Connection string, if you remember, we added that in appsettings.json. We can access appsettings.json directly in program.cs by calling builder.configuration, and then we have something called as .getConnectionString. We can use the built-in method getConnectionString because that basically gets a section with the name of connection strings. If you remember, that is the exact name that we have right here. If it was something else here, like get connection strings 1, then we will not be able to use this method and we will have to use something called as get value. But because we are using the default one, we are able to use the helper method get connection string, and then we have to write the name. That name must match what we have right here. If you write default connection 1, then you have to match it like that. I will revert that back and we will keep that simple. But that way it will retrieve the connection string and it will pass that as a parameter to the use SQL Server method. And with that configuration, our DB context has been configured to use SQL Server for our web project. What we did so far might seem a little magical, but do not worry. What we have done is the basic setup that is needed for any .NET Core application to use Entity Framework Core. So these are the basic steps that you will always do in any new project where you are using Entity Framework Core, and it is pretty straightforward. We added connection string in app settings. We created a DB context that implements the default DB context from Entity Framework Core, and then we binded them together in program.cs and added that service to our container. Right now, if things are not making sense, think about that as the default setup that you have to do, but when we progress with the course, everything will start making more sense. Now we have the connection in program.cs that binds the DB context to our connection string. But how can we create database? How can we create a model inside there? And everything that we want with Entity Framework Core. For that, we have to go to Tools, NuGet Package Manager, and in Package Manager console, we have to write some commands. In the web project, if you remember, we installed the NuGet package. Well, not the web project. In the infrastructure project where we have the dependency, where we have DB context here, in the packages, we added Microsoft.entityframeworkcore.tools. If I open the document for this NuGet package, you can see there are few commands when you have to work with Entity Framework Core. Add migration is needed to add a new migration. Right now we have not added any code to add a new migration. We will walk through majority of them, but right now I want to run the command update database. And you can see it says updates the database to a specified migration. Right now we do not even have any migration. But even without migration, if we run the command update database, we will see an error message first. And perfect. You can see keyword not supported, trusted connection. If you remember, I intentionally introduced that error message, so let me fix that. If the connection string is not valid, that will not work. There must be an underscore there. Once I modify that and run the command update database, you can notice here no migrations were applied. The database is already up to date. That is because we did not have anything called as a migration right now. But you can see in database I do not have any white lagoon. If I refresh here, you will notice an empty database with the name of white lagoon has been created with one table, EF migrations history. Now what is this table? How do we add migration? We will cover all of that in the upcoming video. We have achieved one big thing with the connection. It automatically created a database in our server. But now we want one more task. We have a villa entity and we want to create a villa table in the database with these columns. We can do that very quickly with the help of Entity Framework. All we have to do is go to our application DB context, and we have to tell Entity Framework Core that this villa is basically a table. And we have to tell Entity Framework Core that the villa class that we have here will be a table. For that, we have to create a property. We can use the snippet prop here, and the type of property will be dbSet. dbSet, and we have to define the class that is villa. We cannot access that. We have to add reference to whitelagoon.domain. Once you do that, we have that here, and we have to give it a meaningful name. Now, one thing that you should remember here is table name will be whatever property name you give right here. If you want to call that tbl_villa, you can do that. I typically prefer using villas with a plural here, and that is what I want to be the table name. But as long as you add a dbSet in application DB context, Entity Framework Core will automatically create that table. Well, not completely automatically, but it will write all the script that is needed as long as you run the correct command in Package Manager console. If you remember in the documents here, there was something called as add migration in Entity Framework Core.tools. We have to add a migration. When we add a migration, Entity Framework Core goes through the DB context and it automatically finds what are the new things that have been added. We did not have any past migration, so it will treat it as an empty database, and then it will think, okay, you want to create a villas table, so I will create a script for that. Let me show that in action. Right here, we will type the command add migration with a hyphen in between, and then we have to give our migration a meaningful name. I will say add villa to db as the name and press enter. You will notice an error message right now. Let me expand this to show you what the error message is, and perfect. It says your target project whitelagoon.web does not match your migrations assembly whitelagoon.infrastructure. Visual Studio knows here that the DB context is inside infrastructure project, and because of that the default project we have to modify that to be infrastructure. If you keep that as a web project, there is a miscommunication and it displays that error message. So wherever you have the DB context, you have to set that to be the default project, and then we need to rerun the command add migration. Perfect. Something just happened. It created a new file with some random things here, and if you examine in the infrastructure project, it created a new folder with the name of migration. If you examine the file here, you can see there is some code written in a unique language, but if you read that, it is creating a table with the name of villas, and it has few columns. Constraint, it automatically added ID as the primary key of that table. That is in up method. In down method, it is basically dropping that table. It is treating that as a transaction. If something goes wrong, then we roll back. But basically, Entity Framework Code created this migration based on the model that we have. And that is great. We did not have to write any script, but right now this migration is only on my local. If I go back to the database and refresh the table here, that table is not created. To create that, we need to run the command update database. And when you run the command update database, it will push the pending migrations to database. And with that, if you refresh here, examine the tables, perfect. We have created a villas table with few lines of code, and we did not even have to write any script in SQL Server. And that is the power of Entity Framework Core. Now before I work on the MVC application, I want to spend some time on explaining you how this entity framework core works with the application. If you examine, there is a table migrations history where it tracks which migration have already been applied to the database. If we go back here, there is also a model snapshot. That way when we add a new migration, the code will compare what is the snapshot that is there in database. Based on that, it will create a new migration. That way, if you add a new class to the DB context, the new migration will only create that new table and it will not recreate the villas table. But one thing that is common is, let's say you have a villas table and then you realized you made a mistake in column name. You want that to be created underscore date and updated underscore date. If you ever have to change something in the migration, what do? Should you delete the migrations folder here? Should you drop the database? What should be your approach? One thing that I will tell you upfront is never ever change the migrations folder. Always keep it as it is and do not try to change anything in that folder. If you made a mistake, simply modify the code on what you want it to be and then add a new migration. I will call that modify names in villa table and we will create a new migration. Based on the model snapshot, code was able to determine what exactly had to be updated, and you can see it is only renaming those columns. Pretty smart. With that, if I update the database here, you will notice the column names will be updated once it completes here. Perfect. If I go back and in the EF migrations history, it will create a new entry because now it has applied the new migration as well. If I examine the villas table, perfect. You can see column names have been updated. To give you a recap here, never go to the migrations folder and update any files here. If you have to modify something on the tables, always add a new migration. Even if you do not need these columns and you have to remove them, you can remove them, save the changes, and create a new migration, update the database, and Entity Framework Core will take care of applying that to the database. But what we have here looks good. Let me save all of that. We have created our table, but table does not have any record. If I want to add a record, I can do that from the database, but rather than doing that, we can seed some initial record from the application DB context as well. And we want to seed our villas table. We can do that by overriding, let me do that, the on model creating, and inside there I have added one line base.on model creating. Now this line is not needed right now, so I will uncomment that, but in future when we add identity, we will require these lines. When the time is right, I will walk you through on why we need that, but let me ignore that for now. In the on model creating, we can seed our villas table. To do that, we will say model builder.entity of villa, and there we will say has data. Now because I have Copilot, you can see it automatically displays me a dummy record that could be created, but let me remove that. We need the has data. There we have to create a new villa record, and that will automatically be moved with our migration. Now rather than having you type all of that in project resource, I have provided code snippet, section 2, I have seed villa. Let me copy what we have here and make sure to paste that in the round bracket. Once we do that, we might have to align things a little. Let me do that here. And perfect, that looks good. So here we have one villa Inside there, if we scroll down, we are creating villa ID 2 and villa ID 3. Now for the image URL, I am using a dummy URL right now. If you open that URL, you will see a placeholder image, and that is okay. But we are creating 3 villas right here. Now how can we create the villa that we added in the villa entity here to our database? Answer to that again is by using migration. Let me add a migration here, and I will call that seed villa to DB. Perfect, let me do that here. And if you examine the migration, you can see it is inserting data, and there we have all the records that will be inserted in the database. All we have to do is run the command update database, and that will push 3 records to our villa table. Once that is done, let me switch back here, and perfect. It automatically created the 3 records for our villas table. With that, you can see how easy it is to seed some initial records using application DB context. We have model builder .entity, and we have the method hasData. We have seen quite a few things with Entity Framework Core, and I do like to get into a little bit of detail with Entity Framework Core because it is a big part of the .NET framework, and when you use that to retrieve data, your life is much more easier than writing all the SQL yourself. But now it's time to switch back to the MVC aspect of the application. For that, we will be working in the web project. Right here we have the controllers and we have home controller. If I run the application, we can see the default page here with home and privacy. We want to perform CRUD operations, or basically manage the villa that we added in our table. We want to create a new villa, update, delete, and view details of an existing villa. To perform all the CRUD operation, rather than working on the home controller, it makes sense to create a separate controller for villa. In the controller here, we will create a new item, and that will be controller. In the template here, we have multiple options. We will select the empty controller because we want to start from fresh. We need to give controller a name, and if I want to call that villa_con or villa_con, that will not work. When you create a controller, it must have the word controller at the end. If that is not present, then the .NET code will not be able to read that as a controller. It is a naming convention that controller name must end with the word controller. With that name, let me select the Add button. Perfect. We have created our villa controller. Now one thing that we have to do in villa controller is we need to retrieve all the villa from database. When we were working with old .NET application, what we used to do is we had application DB context. Let me add the using statement. We used to create a new application DB context, and then we were using that in the application. But with .NET Core, things are different. We registered in program.cs a service that, hey, a DB context is already registered. So when we want an implementation, we can directly ask our program.cs that, hey, can you provide me an implementation of application DB context? It will automatically configure the connection string, open the connection, and give you an implementation inside the constructor. So to access that, I will say private read only, create application DB context, name that as context here, and then in the constructor, I can create one with the snippet CTOR and press tab after that. We get the constructor. Here, dependency injection will inject the object for application DB context that is pre-configured. So we can say underscore context is equal to context, and that way this underscore context that we have will have the object of application DB context here. Now how can we use this underscore context to actually retrieve all the villa? If you want for naming simplicity, you can call that underscore DB as well. Let me modify that. And perfect. Now here in the index action, we want to retrieve all the villas. You can see IntelliSense is already displaying me how that could be done. It might be the copilot, but that is exactly the code that we have to write. In order to retrieve from Entity Framework code, we do not have to write the query select star or select columns. If we write underscore db.villas, convert that to a list, it will automatically have that list in this villas variable. Let me add a debugging point here and show that. Now we need to invoke the villas controller index action. Doing that is super simple. We will write villa here, press enter. Index is by default, so that will automatically invoke our endpoint. And perfect. If I scroll on villas here, you can see it has 3 villas, and that is exactly what we have in the database. So you can see how easy it was to retrieve all the villas, and we are using the magic of Entity Framework. We have the index action for villa controller. Let me run the application. Right now, if I go to the villa endpoint that we have, we will retrieve all the villa and then we return back to the view. What will happen when I continue here? When we continue, it will throw an exception. Let me show that. Reason behind that is we have a controller, but we have not created a view for that action. When we say return back to the view, it is getting confused on where is the view. It tries to find the index view, but it cannot find that in the villa folder or in the shared folder. So what we have to do is we need to create that view. Now one way to do that is right click here. We will select add view. We want the empty view here and the name is index. That is exactly true. If it was something else, you will have to rename that, but that looks good. When I hit the add button, you will notice in the views folder, it creates a new folder and that name exactly matches the controller name. If here it was villa1 for the folder name, then things will not work again. The name of the folder must match the controller name, and that is how everything is binded together. Here in the H1, let me display villa list here, and let me run the application. Perfect. What will happen is when we hit the endpoint, let me trigger that villa, or we can write villa index. It is the same thing here. We return back to the view and we will display villa list here. That is great. So now our view is getting loaded based on the endpoint, but then we need to display all the villa list here. In order to display that, we will have to pass the villas that we retrieve to our view. That way what will happen is when we are loading the view, we are passing all the villas. But in our view, we are not accepting that list right now. So we need to accept that list of villa, iterate through that, and display it right here. But before we do that, right here in the navigation, I want to add a villa navigation where we will load the villa page. Now pause the application and try to think on where we will have this navigation. If you said underscore layout, you are 100% correct. It will be inside views, shared folder, underscore layout. There we have two li element for home and privacy. I will copy and paste that one more time We are not using areas, so if you want, you can remove that as well. The controller name is the villa controller, and action is index action. We will be loading, or rather managing, villa in that link. Let me stop and restart the application. I had hot reload there, and I will remove the debugging point here. Perfect. Now if I click on Villa here, it will navigate to Villa controller, index action, and great. It loads the same view, and that is exactly what we wanted. We want to display the list of Villa in the view that we are passing from the index action. Right here we are passing a list of all the Villa, but where we have the view, we need to explicitly say that, hey, a list of villa will be passed right here. For that, we can define that by using @ symbol, and then we have to write model. Again, model has to be all lowercase, and here what we will be getting will be a list. So I can say IEnumerable, and that will be villa model. Now villa model, we do not have that in the same project. Because of that, we need to reference the complete path here. We will have to say white lagoon .domain .entities .villa. Perfect, that looks good. With that, our view is now ready to accept an incoming model that will be of the type IEnumerable of villa. What I can do here is I can create a table, add some bootstrap classes of table, table bordered, and table striped. These are the default bootstrap classes. Inside table, I can create a th, create a table row, and I can define the table header. Let me display few things in the header here. I have one th, another th will be for price. Next th, I can display the square feet. And finally, let me display one for occupancy. Now that is the table header. But next we will have a tBody, and inside the tBody, we will require a for each loop. Because we will have more than one villa, we need to iterate and display all of them. With .NET Core, we have something called as a razor syntax, and that is a game changer. Using razor syntax, we can write a C# code that was typically in backend, like for each loop, within the .cshtml or the view itself. Whenever we have to write C# code, we will start with the @ symbol, and then if we need a for each loop, we have that right here. We will say variable obj in model, because we want to iterate through the model that we have right here on line 1. One thing that you will notice different here is the model on line 1 is all lowercase, but whenever we will access that model in any code in the view, it will be a capital M for the model. So with that configured, let me create table row, and in TD tag here, now we want to access this obj for the individual properties. Like I said before, when we have to use the C# code, we will use the @ obj dot, and great, you can see all the properties. First, we want to display the name. Let me copy and paste that 3 more times. Next, we have price here. Then we have the square feet. And finally, we have occupancy. With that configured, if I save the changes here, and if I go back, hot reload automatically kicks in. Now if that did not refresh the page automatically, you can restart the application, but I have hot reload that is enabled on file save. Because of that, whenever I save a change here, most of the time it will automatically reload the UI changes, and I do not have to restart the application. But you can see in the view here, we have a villa list, and we can view details of all the villa that we have in our database. And that is great news. But the most important thing that we have learned in this video is how to accept a model at the top here. On top of that, whenever we need C# code in the view, we can do that using the razor syntax by using the @ symbol. And this is very powerful with .NET Core, and you will see how easy it is to work with views and controller as compared to the traditional .NET application. But with that configured, pat yourself and take a break. You have successfully created the villas table, populated some entries in that table, retrieved that using Entity Framework, and you displayed that on the screen. Before you continue forward, try to take a small break if that is needed, and then let's continue on our journey. Before I continue here, let me make our page a little more pretty. Where we have the h1 for villa list here, let me add that in a div, give it a class of width 100, card, border 0, and padding 4. I will close that. Within the div here, let me paste few lines where we are displaying a title, villa list, but I have added some bootstrap classes to make it little pretty. With that configured, let me go back and take a look at the UI. That looks much better. So our heading here looks good. Let me create one more div here, give it a class of card body, give it border and padding 4. Let me cut the table here, and I will paste it in the card body here. Save that. And that looks great. Let me add a button to create new villa. Let me create a div with a class of row and padding bottom of 3. Now rows and columns are typical bootstrap classes. I will not go into details about bootstrap here because that can be a course by itself. My main focus is to work on MVC, so we will quickly write some styling and not that fancy styling as well. Let me make it column 6, offset that by 6 here, and let me add text end. Perfect. We will have the anchor tag here. Then we need the controller. When we have to redirect to some controller action method, we have tag helpers. If you remember, let me open the underscore layout here. Where we added the anchor tag, we were using tag helper, ASP controller, and ASP action. This anchor tag, we will say we want to redirect to controller of villa, and then we need an action. Now we have not created that action yet, so let me keep that as empty. I will give it some bootstrap classes for the color, BT and secondary, and inside there I will say create new villa. Save that and go back here, and perfect. We have a button to create new villa, but when I select, nothing happens because I have not defined the action. It will basically take you to the same page. You can see that is working because without any action, the default is index action. But with that, our UI is looking much better. When we are working with any project, icons are very common. Previously, I was a big fan of Font Awesome, but since Bootstrap has introduced their own icons and they are open source, I typically like to use them because they are easier to integrate and you do not need any license, even if you use them in the production project. If you go to icons.getbootstrap.com, they have the NuGet package manager, but if you go to usage, all the way at the bottom, you will notice we have a link statement. We can copy that, and can you tell me where we will have to add this CSS in our project? If you set underscore layout, You are spot on. All the CSS and JavaScript will be added in the master page that is underscore layout. We will paste it there, and with that our application is configured to use the bootstrap icons. Simple as that. In order to search for an icon, let me go back and let me write plus here. We have the plus circle. Let me copy this particular line here, and we will paste that before create new villa. If I save that, hot reload will kick in, and perfect. It automatically adds an icon, and you can see how easy it was to integrate the bootstrap icons in our project. We have added bootstrap icons in our project, but you can see with bootstrap we have light and dark theme. I like the dark theme here, so let me see on how I can add dark theme to my project. It has been introduced with Bootstrap 5.3, and for that we will require the latest version. If I search for CDN Bootstrap 5, we need the latest one. Let me see. CDN.js, let me go there. And it has 5.0. We want 5.3.1 here. And perfect, we have the JS here. Let me copy the script tag. Go back to underscore layout. Because the default one that is here, it is not 5.3.1 as of this recording. So I will update that. Looks good. Let me get the CSS here. Copy the script and paste it right here. Perfect. With that, we will have to rebuild and apply the changes. And let me take a look at that. By default, it will not give us the dark theme, but we will have to modify some things. Let me see if the CDN is working. Now, of course, in production, you will not use the CDN.js. You will rather be downloading that file and you will be adding that locally. That is good. So you will basically download the file here, add that in www root folder in CSS and JavaScript and reference there. But right now we will keep things simple and we can use the CDN. But now how do we get the dark version? In order to enable that where we have the HTML in underscore layout, we need to add data BS theme of dark. With that, if I save the changes, let me see if that works, and great. It automatically converted to dark background. We need to modify some things in the navigation here. Let me see. We have the BG white that is not needed. Scroll down here, we do not need the text dark anymore. And let me save that. Great. Our complete background has been modified to the dark theme, and that is looking much better. In our underscore layout, we have the navigation where we are displaying list of all the villas here, but now we want to work on the create functionality. When we are working with create functionality, the first thing that we should think about is the controller endpoint. We had an action to display all the villa here. There we need to create another action that will be called when we want to create a villa. I have IntelliSense here, but let me try to create that. That will be public action result create, and we return back to the view. Now right now if we run the application here, we do not have the create view. We need to add that, but if I go back to the index view where we have the action to create a new villa, you can see we were going to ASP controller of villa and the action name was empty. We added a new action name with the name of create, so that is what will be invoked when we call that button. We need to create the view as well. You can right click on create, add view here. It will be an empty view but you can see the default name is index1. Make sure to rename that to be create, and the name of the view must exactly match the action name. With that configured here, let me say h1 tag here. We will say create villa, and let me run the application. Perfect. We go to our villa here. We should have a button there. Great. When I click there, it redirects me to the create view, and that is exactly what we want. We need to work on the create villa here, and we have to add all the fields where we will populate some details. Let me go back to the code here, and where we have the index, let me copy the first div here. That will be a uniform design, and I will close that as well. We will say create villa. If I save that and go back, hot reload should kick in, and perfect. That looks good. But now when we are working with create villa, if you remember in the index villa we had something called as a model. What will be that model when we are working with create villa? You can see the model was an IEnumerable of villa, but when we are working with create, we will only work with one single villa. We need to define that model here, and that will be entities.villa. Now you might be saying one thing. When we are returning back to the view, we are not passing a new villa here. How will that work? Because so far what we have learned is whatever we pass from the view, that will be the model here. And that is indeed correct. If you want, you can pass a new villa entity here, and that will work. But when we are working with create here, if we define a model here, that will create a new model and it will be empty. That is perfect because when we are creating, we do not want to populate any values. Now of course, if there were some default values that had to be populated and displayed when the villa was being created, in that case we will have to create an object here and pass it down to the view. But if you do not pass anything here, it will basically create a new object right here with the default properties of that model. That is something that you should always remember. Whenever you work with controllers and action, always try to see what was returned here. That will be the model type, and if nothing is returned like in this example, then you will analyze on what model you will require for this view. You can define that here, and that will create a new object. So after the card header here, I will create another div, give it a class of card body, border, and padding 4. Within that div, we need to create a form tag because we will have a submit button here where we will create a villa. So form method will be post here, class, let me give it a class of row, and within there we will create a div, give it a bootstrap class of padding 3. If I click on the villa entity and press F12, we need to add all of these properties. Well, not created date and updated date, but we need the 6 input fields in the view. Let me create the first one here, div, give it a class of form floating, padding y of 2, and column 12. Within that div, we will add an input tag, and there we will use the tag helper. Now in traditional .NET we did not have tag helpers, but with .NET Core, because we have a model here, we can easily bind all the properties to the corresponding input flags. Right here we have a tag helper ASP4, and when you are using ASP4, you can access the model using @, we have the name. We can add bootstrap classes here for form control, to give it a full width here, give it a border and shadow. Perfect. When you are using ASP4, it automatically binds that property in the villa entity to this input field, and when you hit the submit button, it will also post that property automatically in the Villa object. Tag helper will automatically handle the binding in this example. But ASP for tag helper is a little bit special. ASP for tag already knows that you are working on the Villa entity. Because of that, even if you do not write the at model, it will still work. It will automatically work on the properties of the model. If it was something else, you will have to access that using at model, but with ASP4, you can directly access properties in your model entity. After that, let me create a label here as well, and there also we have the tag helper ASP4 name. Class is equal to, let me give it some margin. If I save that and go back, right now it is cutting off the border here. If you want, you can make that padding Y1, and perfect. That is looking great. Now one thing that I will point out right now is we have ASP4 for the label. If I open the Villa model here, it by default displays the name. But there is something called as data annotations with which we can override the default name. We will cover them in the upcoming videos, but right now you can see we have ASP4 tag helper that automatically binds the model to a property. We are displaying name inside the view, but we need to display all the other properties. Let me copy this div here and paste that about 5 more times here. Next thing that we have here is description. Let me copy that for both ASP4 input and label. Then we have price. Let me modify that here. After price, we have the square feet. Then we have the image URL. And I believe that is all. Let me double check here. We have occupancy. Let me add that before the image. Perfect. If I save that, hot reload will kick in, and great. We have all the entities right here for the input field. Lastly, let me add the button here to submit, and let me also add a button to go back to the Villa index. I will do that in a div here, give it a class of row, padding top of 2 here, div, give it a class of column 6. In medium screen, let's say I will only do column MD3. There I want a button. GitHub Copilot is already displaying the button and the type will be submit. That is something that you should remember. Then I have bootstrap icon here and that looks good. I will add another div here, give it a class of column 6 again, column MD3. In there I want to create a link to go back to the index page. You can see Copilot is already displaying that. Let me add and align that. We will create an anchor tag. ASP controller will be Villa controller. Action name will be index action. We have some bootstrap classes and a button to cancel. That looks good. Let me save this and go back here, and perfect. If I click cancel, it takes me back here and that is functional. But if you click on create here, nothing happens because we do not have a post endpoint on what will happen when we submit a button in our form tag. Another thing that I will point out here is writing the controller name is not required. If I do not write that, save it and go back, well, I will have to rebuild and apply. Let me do that. When a controller name is missing, it will look for the action in the same controller. Create is also inside the Villa controller, so when we cancel, it will invoke the index action of the same controller. Now even though it is less code, I will not recommend this approach. I always want you guys to be explicit and write the controller name and then action name. That way it is more explicit, because right now you might think that that's okay. But when your application grows, you have multiple controllers, you have multiple views. Having a tag here to define what controller it is makes it a little easier to read the code. And I always give more importance to clean and readable code as compared to writing less code. If you have to write a few more words to make your code more readable, because that will ultimately lead to a good code base for other developers. But with that configured, we have a form to create our villa, and now we need to work on what should happen when we post the form here by clicking on the submit button. Now we have one more requirement. If I go back to the view here, and when I hit create new villa, rather than having image URL as one word, what if I want a space between them? Also, rather than price here, let's say I want to display price per night. If we go back to our code, we are using ASP4 tag helper for the label. Based on that, it automatically gets what we have as the property name and display that as the label. One solution, you might say that rather than using ASP4 in the label itself here, why don't we display image URL, save that, and that works. But .NET team has provided with something called as data annotation. Using them, we can use the built-in ASP4, and that way we can modify what this property should be called when we are displaying that in a label. For that, we have a data annotation with the name of display here, and you can see we have to add the using statement system.componentModel.dataAnnotations. There we can say display name is equal to, and we can say image URL. For the price here, we can modify that to be price per night. If I save that and go back, great. You can see it automatically triggers the refresh here and displays what we have in the display data annotation. If you go to the .NET documentation and you examine the data annotation namespace here, there are quite a few data annotations right here. One that we used was the display attribute, but there are many more values here. Data annotations are very helpful when you have to do some validations as well. But before we add validation to our form, we need to add the post endpoint to create a villa. We want to work on the create functionality here. Let me switch back to the code. We go to the villa controller. We have the create endpoint. The endpoints that we have created so far are get endpoints. What do I mean by get endpoints is basically you can navigate to these action methods or endpoints from a URL. But there are post endpoints which are triggered when you submit a button or you submit a form. For that, we can create an endpoint. Let me call it create, but here when we will be posting, we will be getting a villa object. Now autopilot is automatically typing everything for me, but let me do that manually here. We will get a villa object here. I will add that, add the using statement, call that as obj. Now why we will get a villa object here? Because when we are on the create, we are posting a form here and we have the model of villa. .NET Core will automatically provide this model when the form is submitted. Because of that, we can retrieve that and we can extract the values. But like I was talking before, we have get endpoints and we have post endpoints. To tell explicitly that this is a post endpoint, we will say HTTP post here. You can see in the IntelliSense, it identifies an action that supports the post method. So form will be posted here. And what should we do when we retrieve all the entities? And what should we do when we retrieve the villa object. We need to create that in the database. We do not have to write the insert query for that. Entity Framework Core will do everything. We have to write small commands. We have our _db, and that is what we will use to deal with all the database operation. Now on DB, we want to work on the villas entity. Their Entity Framework Core provides many helper methods. If you just write _db.villas, you can see it will retrieve the list right here. But on there we have a method called add, and there in the parameter it expects a villa entity. We have that in the obj here, so if we provide that, that will be responsible to create that object in the database. But with Entity Framework Core, when you write the add statement, it does not directly go and adds that to the database. That time it will track that, okay, whenever I go to the database, I have to add this entity. And the actual execution or the query execution happens when you invoke _db.save changes. On line 32, when we say save changes, it will go to the database and create that villa. Once the villa is created in the post endpoint, should we stay on the same page or should we redirect to some other page? Technically, when the create is complete, we should redirect to the villa index page where we are displaying all the villa. So let me do return here, and when we have to redirect to some other action method, we have something called as redirect to action, and there in the double quotes, we will write the action name. Right now we are redirecting to an action in the same controller. Because of that, we do not have to write the controller name, but if you want to be explicit here, you can even say that this will be inside the villa controller. We will have the action name followed by the controller name. Again, the controller name is optional, but if you want to add that explicitly, you can always add that. This is a basic implementation of the create endpoint. With that configured, let me restart the application because we added a new endpoint here. Let me see what happens. Now do not go ahead and try to create a villa. Watch me what happens and then we will move forward. I will add a debugging point here. Go to villa, create a new villa there. And right now what I will do is I will enter 1 for all the values. Do not keep anything empty or do not try anything else. We will only do 1 for all the values here. Hit the create button. Perfect, it hits the debugging point here. If you examine the obj, you will notice everything is populated. ID will be 0 because we are creating a villa. It does not have an ID yet. Created date and updated date are null, but everything else is populated. With that, if I press F10 here, when we execute the .add, if I go back to SQL Server here, we have White Lagoon, and if I open the villas table there, it will not create that villa. After we execute the save changes here, at that point it will create a new villa here, and perfect. Now you might be wondering that why did it create 1001 and not the next villa ID? When we work with Entity Framework Core, the way identity column works is it increments by 1000 when the application restarts, and there are some other caveats with that. So if it jumps by 1000, don't be surprised. But with that, you can see we have created a villa, and that is looking great. But again, if at this point you tried to create and things did not work, do not worry. I will show you why exactly it will not work and what will fail in the next video. We are able to create a villa with all 1 here, but if we hit the create new villa again and hit the create button without writing anything, you will get an exception. Perfect. You can see we have an exception here that cannot insert null value in the column name. If you examine the model here, name is a required column. Because of that, you get that exception. Now that is great, but throwing an exception, not so much. So what is the solution? When we have model validations like here we have the required field, we can check all of that validation directly in controller. The .NET team has provided with something called as model state is valid. That will check if the model in picture is valid or not. If it is valid, only then we will redirect to index and create the model. In the else part, let me align this. In the else part, we will return back to the view and we will have to pass the object back here. Let me show you what happens if we do not pass that. We go to villa, try to create a villa with empty, and if I press F10, examine the is valid, that is false. In model state, you can always debug to find out the result view and see which property is invalid. You can see occupancy, price, square feet, and name are invalid. If you go back here, they are integer values and you need to have a value greater than 0. If we go back and if we continue here, it will not redirect, but it will bring us back to the create page, and that seems valid here. But what if we want to display the error message? How can we display them on the UI here? Displaying all the model state validations are very simple in .NET. We will have to go back to the create view here, and where we have the label, we can add something called as a span, and there we have a different tag helper for validation, that is ASP validation for. We want to display the validation for name here, and we want to give that a red color, so text danger. With that, if I save it, and if I try to create again, we hit our breakpoint, and great, now we see the name field is required. Let me remove the debugging point here, and once I populate that, hit the create button. Now we do not see the other validation because we need to add the span tag for the other fields. Let me do that, copy this, and paste it for all of them. I will replace the model for all of them. And perfect, that looks good. If I save that, perfect. You can see value is invalid. With that, we have server-side validation. Now the way you can tell if it is a server or client-side validation is by two ways. If I add a debugging point here, let me reload the page, and if I hit the create button, you can see it hits the controller endpoint and then it displays the error message. Another way to tell that is if I load the page again, you will notice a page refresh here when we hit the create button. That means it is going back to the server and refreshing the page. What we have right now are server-side validations with .NET Core. We have seen simple validation, but when we are using data annotations like we did for display, we also have more validations like range attribute, what is the max length, required attribute, and much more. We can easily apply all of them in the model class here, like let's say where we have the price here, we can give it a range, we can set minimum to be $10 and maximum to be 10,000. Next we have occupancy, we can set a range for occupancy, and let me define that as 1 to 10. For the name here, we can have max length, and let's say maximum length could be 50 characters. All of the data annotation that we wrote here will automatically be applied. Let me go back and try them. For name, if you try to type a name that is longer than 50 characters, it will not work. You can see I am typing, but it's not working. If I press F12 here, and if I examine that here, you will see max length is automatically set to be 50. So the validations are working. If I type test here and price per night, let me make that 20,000. Great. We see our custom validation, and that is working as expected. Data annotations are really great with basic validation. You can go through them in the documentation provided by the .NET team and explore more options there. Another one that I typically like is email address attribute. Using that, it will automatically validate an email address. But with that, you can see server-side validation using data annotation. We have validation that are there on the model, but many times when you are working, you will have requirements of custom validation. Let's say, for example, we have a requirement that name and description cannot be the same. To add that custom validation, we can always alter the model state and add more error messages to the model state. Like here, we can say if obj.name is equal to obj.description, then on the model state here, we can add a model error. When we are adding that, we need to provide a key and a value. We can leave the key as empty here, and for the value, we can say description cannot exactly match the name. With that configured, if I save that, and if I go back to the page, if I enter the same name and description and hit the create button, I do not see that error. If I add a debugging point here, you will notice that it is indeed adding that to the model state, but why do we not see that on the UI? Reason is simple. When we are adding that, the key is empty. So even though it is adding that, it does not know where to display. Because where we have the individual validation, you can see we have provided the name, description. That way the model errors will be binded to these properties. But if there is any other custom, that is not displayed. If you want to display that, right here at the top, we can add a custom div here where we will display ASP validation summary as model only. If you save that, it automatically hits the endpoint here, and now if you go back on top here, it is displaying all the model errors. The individual errors are being displayed here, but any other error is being displayed right here. That way you can add custom validation and display them using model only as the parameter for ASP validation summary. That is a different tag helper than ASP validation for that we have been using so far. Right now, the error message that you see with description, we are displaying at the top here because it is not binded to any model properties. What if you want to add a custom error message to a certain property here, like name in this example? It is simple. Where we have the controller here and we are adding the model error, we can directly add the property name to the key of that error message. Now this is not case sensitive, so with that, if I save it here, it will automatically reload the page, and perfect. Now you can see the error message is associated with the name property. There is one more thing that I want to display. In the create here, where we have the validation summary, we also have something called as all. If we set that to be all, it will display all the error message at the top, and perfect. That looks good. Sometimes you want a summary where you display all the error message rather than displaying on the individual inputs, so that is also an option. The last option that we have here does not really make sense to me, and that is none. That will not display any error message in the summary, and I do not know why they added that option. Rather than keeping that as none, I would technically or ideally remove this particular div. But for learning purpose, I will leave that in the comment here. That way you can see that validation summary is also an option. Now the validations that we have here are server-side validation. You can notice the page is refreshing every time we hit the button. But there are validations that we can do on client side as well. With .NET Core, it is way easier than you expect. The model validations that we have here could be done on client side by including a JavaScript file that we have, and that, let me show that in the shared folder, we have validation scripts partial. There we have the jQuery for validation, and all we have to do here is in a section for scripts, we can include a JavaScript file. So right here, I want to include a partial tag with the name of underscore validation scripts partial. Now you might be wondering, what is this funky code that I just added? Well, validation scripts partial is a partial view. We need to include that view in our code and in the scripts tag. Because of that, there is a tag helper with the name of partial, and that is used to include any partial view in another view. We will be creating more partial views, and I will explain you what exactly they are responsible for or how they help to break down code and reuse them. But if you have to include any partial view, we will be using the partial tag helper. In the name, we need to provide the name of the view, and that must exactly match. You do not have to write the extension .cshtml, but if you make a spelling mistake here, things will not work. With that, if I save the application and go back, and now you will notice if I hit the create button, the page is not refreshing. Another thing that you notice here is the server-side validation that we had for name and description is not available, because that will only be tested if the request goes to our controller, and there we are adding that error message. If you add a debugging point here and hit the create button, the request never goes to the controller unless the client-side validations are complete. So if you complete them and hit the create button, now you can see the server-side validation with description and price range that is also server-side validation. You can see in the example here how easy it is with .NET to add the client-side validation. All you have to do is include the partial view, that is validation scripts partial. We have all the validation here, and with that, if you try to create a villa, it should work successfully. Let me see that here. And great, that is functional. What I want to work on now is how to update a villa. I want to add two buttons here on the index page for updating a villa and deleting a villa. Let me go back. We will have to open the index view here. And perfect. In the heading here, let me add one more empty th. In the td here, we can add two buttons. Let me create a div here, add some bootstrap classes and a role of group. And within there, I will add an anchor tag. We want to redirect here to ASP action. Let me call that as update. We have not created that action, but I will do that very soon. I can also define ASP controller here to be villa controller, but because the action method is in the same controller, that ASP controller is optional. On top of that, when we click the update villa on any of the villas here, we need to know what is the ID of the villa that user wants to update. And that ID we need to pass to our action as well that we will create. If we want to pass any parameters in the action tag here, typically when we were working with href attribute, we need to say something like villa update and then we used to add the ID right here. When we are working with tag helpers, we have something called as ASP route, and using that we can pass the route parameters with the URL. You can see it will add additional parameters for the route. We need to give parameters a name. I can call that ID, or I can call that as villa ID. That villa ID we have to pass that using razor syntax. In the obj that we have here, we have it in the ID parameter. With that, let me give some bootstrap classes here for btn, btn success, and margin x of 2. I can also add the boot swatch icon here, and let me call that as edit, or you can leave that as update. Perfect. The anchor tag here looks good. Let me copy and paste that once again, and I will call the next action to be delete here. When we will delete, we will again pass the ID. Let me give it a class of btn danger, and rather than pencil, I remember we have trash -fill. That is also an icon with bootstrap. Let me call that delete, save that, and perfect. That looks good. If you are not sure about the icons here, you can always go to bootstrap.com and validate them. But our edit and delete is functional, and you can see in the parameters it is passing the ID as expected. So our UI for the edit and delete buttons is working as expected. We have buttons for edit and delete, but we need to create endpoint in the Villa controller. The action name will be update. Let me create that here. Now think about, will we need a get endpoint or a post endpoint for update? Well, we will need both the endpoints, because when we are updating, if we hit the button, it will display all the details of that villa, and then user can edit anything there, and after that when they hit update button, then we will update the villa details and redirect back to the index page. First endpoint that we want is the update endpoint, and I will manually type that. We will call that update here, and with that, what exactly will be the parameter? You notice here we are passing villa ID. We will retrieve that here, and it will be an integer. Based on the villa ID here, we need to retrieve that villa detail in the villa object. I will make that as nullable here. We will use entity framework core. There, if we do .villas, it will retrieve all the villas. We do not want all the villa. We only want one villa based on the ID. For that, we have something called as first or default. Using that, we can use link expression to filter down the records. We want the first or default, where we can say u goes to u.id is equal to the villa ID. What we have used here is called a link expression, and there we are filtering on the villas, and we are saying give me the first or default where the ID matches what we receive in the parameter. If this particular condition returns more than one villa, then first or default will retrieve the first record. Now of course, because we have the ID as unique property, it will never retrieve more than one villa. After that, we can check if obj is null, then we will return not found. Now later on, what we will do is we will create a view for not found and return that back. That way we will have one page that will be displayed when something goes wrong. But right now, let me just return not found. But if the obj is not null, we will return back to the view and we will pass our obj to our view. This particular object will have all the villa details populated from our database, and with that the get endpoint for update is looking great. The get endpoint for update is looking perfect. Let me create a view for that as well. I will stop the application here, right click add view, empty view, and I will call that as update. Let me add that view, and now when you think about that, update will look exactly same as create, but what will happen is initially in create the model was empty. Now the model will be populated and we are passing that from the controller right here. So I will copy the create.cshtml and paste that for update. Rather than create villa, I will call that update villa. Let me scroll down here where we have the create button. I will call that update. And with that, let me run the application. We go to our villa here. Let me click edit here. Perfect. We see all the details. We have the villa ID 1003. Let me change the image URL to be test1, and what do you think will happen? Let me open this in a new tab, that way you can see the old records here. And now let me hit the update button. Well, when we hit the update button, nothing will happen. We do not have a post endpoint for update, so nothing will be updated. But right now if we hit cancel, you can see update villa is functional as expected. So our view is looking good. Our validation will also be in place. If we hit update, we have the client side validation. Let me work on the post endpoint for update in the next video. Before I work on the post endpoint for update, let me switch back and walk you through on multiple ways we can retrieve data using Entity Framework Core. When we have to retrieve only one record, we can use first or default, but let's say we need a list here. Let me call that villa list is equal to _db.villas. Let's say we want to retrieve all the villas using some filters like a where condition. We want to add a where condition where price is greater than 50. To do that, we have .where. We can use our link expression and we can say u goes to u.price is greater than 50. If you want more condition, you can say u.occupancy is greater than 0, and so on. You can get pretty fancy with the where condition. Let's say after the where condition you want only one record, you can even use first or default on top of the where condition. But if you have first or default, I would ideally use that in place of the where block here. On top of that, where we have to retrieve the first or default, if you are working on primary key like villa ID, we also have something called as find. Find will work based on the primary key. You can directly pass the integer villa ID here, and that will also work. We will be retrieving records many times in the application, so all of this will get much more familiar on how easy it is to retrieve data from database using Entity Framework. We do not have to write any SQL syntax. But I wanted to give you some rough idea on multiple ways that would work. That way you can always keep them in back of your mind that there are many ways to retrieve records using Entity Framework. But what we have here is looking good, and let me continue from the next video. We need to work on the post endpoint for update. But if the obj is null here, we are returning back not found. Let me see that with an example. Type some villa ID that is invalid, and it returns a not found page. Rather than displaying page not found, why don't we display a page that is dedicated for something that goes wrong in the website? If we open our home controller here, you will notice we have something called as an error page where we are displaying a view model. Rather than returning an error view model, we can return back to the view, and perfect. Let me open this view here. We already have that. Let me remove everything right here. I want to add an image that will be displayed on the page here. Can you tell me where in the application should I add all the image? That will be inside www root folder. Let me create a new folder here with the name of images. And in order to get all the image, you can go to project resource. There I have provided all the image for our website. Let me copy everything and paste them right here. The image that we want to work on is not found. What we will do is right here in a div of class container, we will go to the images folder. We have not found .jpg. That is great. Where we have the controller, let me go back to Villa controller. Rather than going to not found, we can say return, redirect to action. We want to call, what action is that? It is the error action. Let me write that. And what is the controller name? That is in home controller, and this time we have to explicitly write the controller because it is in a different controller. With that configured, let me run the application and see if that works. We want to edit here, type some dummy ID, and great. We see something went wrong, and that is exactly what we want. Date get endpoint is looking great. We can finally work on the post endpoint. That will somewhat be similar to what we have in create. So let me copy that endpoint and paste it here. We will rename that to be same action method as update. That looks good. We will be getting a Villa object here. I will remove the custom validation. I only added that to display how we can add custom validation, but that is not needed. We will check if the model state is valid. Now this time we do not want to add, we want to update. So rather than add here, we have an update endpoint and we can pass the obj. Based on that entity framework, we'll do all the calculation and run the update query to update that particular record. With that in place here, let me restart the application and see what happens. You will notice something strange, but let me walk you through that. Let me open this in a new tab. That way we can see the old record here. And let me update that to be google.com and hit the update button. To your surprise, if you notice the old and new records here, it actually created a new record rather than updating the old record with the different URL. I want you guys to pause the video and try to see if you can figure out why it is creating a new record when we are updating. Now I know it is a little bit tricky, but the first thing that I would do is add a debugging point and examine what is the record. Let me edit here to google.com1, hit the update button, and if you examine the obj here, you will notice everything is valid, but it is missing one critical information, and that is the ID. If you do not have an ID there, how will Entity Framework Core know which record to update? If the ID is 0, even if you call update, Entity Framework Core will create a new record thinking that if there is no ID, that means a new record has to be created. What we can do here is we can add a check here and obj.id is greater than 0. But on top of that, the main thing that you should do is ID should never be 0 in update. The reason it is 0 is if I go back to the view here, you can see in the input I have all the other properties, but I do not have ID. If I do not have ID in an input field, it will not be available when the form is posted. For that, what we have to do is within the form tag, we have to add an input field with ASP for ID and mark that as hidden. That way it will not be visible, but when the form is submitted, ID will also be submitted. One thing that I have seen in many code is people will place random hidden properties throughout the code. That is a horrible approach to follow. I always try to keep them uniform right after the form tag. If there are any hidden fields, I will place them immediately after the form tag. That way in one place you have to look for all the hidden properties, and you can even notice if anything is missing right there, rather than following along the code and trying to find out where the hidden fields are. You should always try to keep them in one place. I like them immediately after the form tag. With that, if we run the application, now update will be functional. Let me try that again. We will update that to google.com 111. We have the ID that is perfect. Let me continue here. And it did not create a new record. Perfect. With that in place, our update is working as expected. Let me try to update that. Whoops, cannot exceed 10,000. And great, that is working. Last functionality here is the delete button. If you hover here, we are going to delete action, and we have Villa ID. We need to create the get endpoint and the post endpoint. Let me copy the get and post endpoint for update, paste that once again. I will call that to be delete here. Let me comment out the post endpoint for now. Perfect, the get endpoint looks good. And let me create the view. It is pretty straightforward. We will call that delete, and the view will be similar to what we have in create. Well, not create, but in update, because we need the hidden property. Copy everything, paste it here, and we will say delete Villa. One more thing that I will do is input fields. Let me disable all of them. It will be read only, so let me disable them. And we do not need any validation. I will remove all of them because they will not be able to update anything. And rather than update, we will have delete here. I believe the BI is trash fill. Let me see if that works. With that, let me restart the application and let me go to Villa, delete. Perfect. Rather than green here, let me make it danger. Save that. And great. Lastly, what we have to do is in Villa controller, we need the post endpoint for delete. Let me call that delete here. We will get the Villa object, but on the DB context here, .villas, we have something called as remove. Now in remove, we can pass the object here, but everything was disabled. So what I typically do is I will retrieve an object that we have to delete. Obj from DB is equal to _DB .villas .first.default. We can retrieve that. U goes to u.id is equal to obj.id. We retrieve that object and we will check if that is not null. So obj from db is not null. If that is true, then we will pass obj from db, remove that, and save the changes. One more thing that I will like out is where we are checking null here. I typically like to use the is operator rather than checking equal to with the null operation. That is because double equal to can be overloaded, which is not common to see in a code, but it is always good to use the is operator or is not when working with null. With that configured, let me run the application. We go to Villa here. Let me see if delete is functional, and great. You can see Villa was deleted. When we create, update, or delete anything, we want to display a notification on the screen that the operation was successful. .NET team has developed something specifically for that, and that is called temp data. Let me go back to the code here and let me close everything other than Villa controller. I had too many tabs open. Let me open the underscore layout here, and where we have the div container here, inside the main before render body, let me add some razor code. We can use the add symbol here, and we can add an if condition. We can say if temp data, and that can be accessed using a key. Let me give it a key of error if there is any error. So we'll say if that is not null, then we want to display in a div, give it a class of text danger, h3, and we will display the value inside that temp data. Now that is for error. Let me copy and paste that again for success here. And with that, what we are saying is if temp data of success is not null, then we display that in a div. But how will this temp data be populated? We can populate that in our controller. Right here, when the delete is successful, before we redirect to index here, we can set temp data of success is equal to Villa has been deleted successfully. Now make sure that you do not make any spelling mistake with the key name, because if you do, things will not work. Let me add the temp data for the other requirement as well. Like if the obj is not null, we can say temp data of error. The Villa could not be deleted. Let me add the success notification for update as well. Temp data of success. Villa has been updated. We have create here. Perfect. That is looking great. You can add more condition for error, but with that, let me run the application and see if that works. Let me go to Villa, try to delete one, and great. We can see the Villa has been deleted successfully. The great thing about temp data is it only stays there for one request. If you refresh the page here, it goes away. And the reason behind that is when you display notification, they will only stay there for one call, and even if you refresh that, it will go away, and because of that main reason for temp data is for notification. For notification, what we have is a simple h3, and I think we can do a little bit better. Let me Google something called as toaster notification, and there we have toaster by code 7. If you examine the demo here, show toast, that looks way better. We can do error here, that is great. We can do warnings, and perfect, that is great for our notification. But how do we incorporate that in our project? Doing that is simple as well. Let me go back. We have the GitHub link here, and we have the usage if we scroll down. Simple as that. But for that we need to add the CDN for JavaScript and CSS. Rather than getting the link here, I can directly go to CDN.js and I can look for CDN toaster. Perfect, we can get the link here. Let me copy the complete script tag here. Go back to underscore layout. And rather than pasting that right here, where we have the temp data, let me add that here. Perfect, we have the JS here. Let me paste it here. And we need the CSS. Let me copy the script tag. Paste it here. Great, so far so good. Now when we are working with toaster here, we need the jQuery. Let me paste that before toaster. Ignore the warnings here. And finally, where we have the div, we need to add a script tag here. Let me add the closing tag as well. Copy that, paste it here. Well, I should add the type here, text / JavaScript. Now copy that, and I will add the closing tag right here. Perfect. Let's go back here to the documentation and to the usage. We have success. Copy that, paste it here. Value is inside temp data.error. Paste that in the single quote here. And I believe that should work. Let me copy that and paste it again for success. Perfect. With that configured, let me restart the application. Let me go to Villa here, try to delete one, and great, Villa has been deleted successfully. You can see those notifications are way better than the simple h1 tag, than the simple heading that we had before. We have the toaster notification, but right now we have clustered everything in underscore layout. What if we want to move this code to a partial view? Partial views in .NET Core are special views which renders a portion of the view content. It is like user controls that were there in traditional web form application. Main advantage of partial view is that it helps us to reduce the code duplication. Now for this particular scenario, we will not be duplicating it, but we are using that to understand how to create partial view and its importance. All the partial views will be created in the shared folder, and we will right click there, stop the application of course, right click the shared folder, add view, and it will be an empty view. Now nothing is special when it comes to a partial view, but we will call them with an underscore. That way it is easier to tell when you look at the view name here, you can say with underscore that is a partial view. Now one thing with partial view is that partial view cannot directly be accessed by calling an action method. Partial views are typically consumed in other views. Here what we want to do is the code that we have for temp data. Let me cut that and let me paste it right here. So we have moved the complete code to a partial view, and then right here we can directly call that partial view with the tag as partial. I cannot type there. Name is equal to. Now you cannot make a spelling mistake. So let me copy the name here and I will paste it right here. Perfect. That way the code that we had in the underscore layout, we moved that to a partial view with the name of underscore notification, and we are calling that right here. Everything will work exactly the same, but because of that our underscore layout is not getting too complicated. Let me try to create a villa here. And perfect, our notifications are working. What I want to do is in the header here, I want to add a logo and modify the footer. All of that will be inside the underscore layout. If you examine the images here, I added an image for resort.png, and that will be the logo. Right here we have the anchor tag here. Rather than whitelagoon.web, I want to add an image tag. src will be images. We have resort.png. Along with that, let me give it a style of 35 pixels. Perfect, that looks good. Let me go back and double check that. Great. Let me scroll down to the footer here. Let me give it BG dark. Make it text center. And rather than the default text, let me say Made with love by .NET Mastery. Perfect, that is looking great. One thing that I would also like to point out right now is when you examine the underscore layout, you will notice there is an arrow icon right there. If you open that, you will notice it has its own CSS file. It is a new feature that has been introduced with .NET 6, and that is CSS isolation. That basically means creating a CSS file like cshtml.css for the individual cshtml or view files. In this isolation process, the styles that are defined in underscore layout.cshtml.css are limited to underscore layout.csshtml. So basically the styles here are scoped only to underscore layout. You can create scoped CSS for the other views as well if you like. But I typically prefer to have a global CSS, but for some reason if you need scoped CSS, you can also do that. The .NET framework during runtime will bundle all the isolated CSS files in a single file, and the name of that file will be the application name, which is whitelagoon.web.styles.css. And if you go to underscore layout here, you can view that right here. So if you notice something in the style file here while debugging and you're surprised you do not find that, and you are surprised you do not find that in the code, that is because that will be inside any of the scoped CSS files. That is something that I wanted to share for information purpose, but with that, let me continue from the next video. One thing that I want to modify is in create here, you can see we have to reference whitelagoon.domain.entities and then .villa. I do not want to write this particular line every time. If you do not want to add that in a using statement or a model here every time, you can always do that in view import. Right here we can define the global using statement. So that is whitelagoon.domain.entities, and once we add it here in create, if we remove that, you can see that is working. We can now clean up our code in all the views that we have. And perfect. You should always remember that if you want to add global using statements, you can do that in view imports. Now the using statement here will only apply to the views that is in the views folder. For some reason, if you had some views in a different folder, like if you added the identity razor library, you will have to add the using statement in that view imports as well. We will not go into that complexity right now, but it was something that I wanted to point out. With that, our application is looking great, and the CRUD functionalities on Villa is working as expected. We have worked on the Villa model here, and we are able to perform CRUD operations with MVC. Now I want to create one more model where we will be performing CRUD operations, but this time it will have a foreign key relation with the Villa table. In a resort, let's say we have Villa, and for each Villa type that we have, we will be having multiple Villa numbers. Villa number will basically be like room numbers for the type of Villa in the Villas table. We will be creating our entities in the domain model. So in entities, create a new class that will be Villa number. It will be a public class here, and there will be an integer that will be Villa underscore number. Now this integer that we have, if we use the key data annotation, then it will make it a primary key. But if you examine the Villa table here, we did not add that, and even without that, it made ID the primary key. That is because if the name is ID, it will automatically make that primary key. Or if it is model name followed by the ID, then also Entity Framework Core will automatically make that a primary key of the table. But in our case, we do not have that. We have a different name, villa_number. Because of that, it will not automatically make that a primary key. You have to explicitly define that with the data annotation. Next, we need a foreign key relation to the villa table. Right here, we will create a navigation property for villa, and we will also have an integer villa ID. You can define here that this is a foreign key by using data annotation, and we have to define what is the navigation property, that is the villa property right here. On top of these two properties, let's say we have one more property, special details, but that could be empty. Now if we create a model like this, villa number will automatically be created. We will not have any control on what the villa number is. But we do not want that. We know the villa number of our resort. We will know the villa number of our resort, and based on the villa number, we want to automatically create that. And based on the villa number that we want to assign villa that number. To get that, there are multiple ways to do things. What we can do here is we can create a unique ID here, make that a primary key, and then have an integer value for the villa number. That is the easier approach. But that does not make sense, because villa number will also be unique and ID will also be unique. So why do we want two primary key for the table when we can make villa number the primary key? But if we do that, we cannot make this an identity column. We can disable that. Right here, we can set database generated, and we can say database generated option .none. By default, it is the identity, but when you make it none, that means database will not automatically generate that as an identity column. With that, the responsibility will be on you to make sure that this column will always have a unique value. We will take on that responsibility, but this model looks good for villa number. With that, we have learned two things in this video. One, how to add a foreign key relation, and how to have a primary key without the default identity column. Now we need to create this table. For that, we need to go to the infrastructure here, and we need to add a DB set. It will be on villa number. Let me call that villa numbers. When we are creating the villa number here, let me seed some record as well. So I will say model builder dot entity, that will be villa number dot has data. We will create new villa number. Let me give it 101 for the villa ID of 1. Copy that, paste it. Few more times here. We will have 102, 103, 104. Paste that again for villa ID 2. We will have 201, 202, and 203. Paste it few more times for villa ID 3. This was 2. We have 301 and 302. Perfect. That looks good. With that, we need to add a migration. I have package manager here. If not, you can open that here. Default project will be infrastructure. We need to add a migration. Add villa number. Perfect. Let me see the migration here. It is adding max length to the name. That's okay. Creating the table villa number here. Inserting the values there. And perfect, it has the index here. That looks good. If you notice here, the primary key is the villa number, and that is not the identity column. Let me update the database here, and let me switch back to database. If I refresh White Lagoon here, we will have the new table, villa numbers, and perfect. Everything is working as expected. Now that we have created the villa number here, we want to work on performing CRUD operations on villa number. Majority of the things will be similar to what we did with villa model, but it will be a good practice to get into the MVC flow. I will be using the code that we already wrote for the villa model, but you can write that from scratch to get some practice. First, let me work on the index, that is the villa list. Before anything, we need to create the controller. What I can do is copy the villa controller, paste that one more time, and rename that to be villa number controller. When you rename the file here, copy that and make sure to update the villa number controller for the constructor and the class name. First, we want to work on the index action. There we want to get the villa numbers, and we will call that variable villa numbers. Perfect. We will work on one method at a time. Index here is looking great. Let me add the view here. It will be empty view. Index is perfect. And I will copy the view that we have for villa here. Copy that, paste it here. And what will be the model? That will be villa number. Let me modify a few things here. It will be villa number list, create new villa number, and what will be all the properties? We will have the villa name here. We will have villa number, and we have special details. Perfect. We will remove the extra th there, and the model, we have villa ID right now. Let me use that. We have villa number, special details. When we are updating here, we will have the villa number ID, and let me pass that here. Now I will not have the update here, but let me add that for now. When we come back to that, I will modify things. Perfect, villa number ID, and controller will be villa number. Fix that. I believe everything else here is looking great. It will be villa number. Perfect. Lastly, inside the underscore layout, let me open that in the shared folder. We need to add one more navigation property. That will be villa number. Perfect. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go to villa number here, and perfect. We can see all the villa number here. Villa number list is looking great here. Let me work on the create functionality. I have the villa number controller here. The create view looks good, but when we post here, we will be getting a villa number object. We do not want any validation there, and if model state is valid, we will be adding a new villa number. Let me modify the temp data here. And perfect. That looks good for create. I need to add that view. Let me do that here. Stop the application. Add view. And we will write the name create. Let me copy the villa view for create. Paste that. And I need to modify. Model will be villa number. We will have create villa number here. And we need the villa ID. Let me fix that here. Ideally, we should see villa name and not the ID, but we will work on that later on. Here we will have the villa number. Copy that. And we can add special details. That's all that we have here. Let me remove everything else here. And perfect. Controller will be villa number. That looks good. With that in place, let me run the application and take a look at the view. We will go to create and perfect. That looks good. Where we have the villa number, let me modify that. The model here. Add a display property. Name is equal to villa number. Perfect. That looks good. With that in place, the view is looking good. Let me continue from the next video. We have the view for create villa number. If I go back, we already have the endpoints for get and post for creating a villa number. Let me try to do that. I will enter a valid villa ID for now, and let me enter a dummy villa number. Special details will be empty. Now what do you think will happen when we hit the create button? Villa will not be created. We are hitting create here, but it is reloading the page and not creating the number. Let me add a debugging point here and show that. We press F10 and perfect. You can see model state is not valid. So try to debug and see what exactly is not valid. If you navigate to model state here, result view, you will notice that it is trying to validate villa. We do not want to validate that. That is a navigation property. So basically we need some way to tell the code here that you should not validate the villa entity that we have right here. That is purely a navigation property. How can we ignore that? Well, there are multiple ways. First, what you can do is if in a model state there is something that you do not want to validate, you can explicitly remove that. Right here you can say model state dot remove and you can pass the key name that is villa. That will explicitly remove that validation, and let me show that. We go to villa number, try to create a one for villa ID 1 and let me keep it 111, create. If you examine the model state dot is valid, that is true. If I remove and continue here, perfect, villa number has been created. That is one way to remove the validation. Another way to do that in the villa number here, we can add an attribute here that is validate never. If you type that, it does not exist by default. You can see it is asking to install microsoft.asp.netcore.mvc.core. Let me install open with package manager and examine that NuGet package. When you examine that, you will notice that it is being depreciated. So we should not be using that. The reason it is being depreciated is because the core functionalities have been added in the default .NET Core App Framework package. What we should do is add that in the domain project. To add that, right-click, edit the project file. Now how do we add that? Outside of the property group, we will create something called as an item group, and within there we will have to add framework reference of microsoft.asp.netcore.app. That is the root package of .NET Core. With that configured, if we go back, and now if I press Ctrl dot here, we only have to add the using statement, and with that it will not validate the villa property with model state validation. Let's run the application and confirm that. We go to villa number here, create a new villa number for villa ID 3. Perfect. In this video, you can see when we are posting something and we do not want any property to be validated, we can either use validate never, that should be the default approach, or if you want something custom, you can remove that from the model state validation using model state.remove. We are able to create the villa number, but if you try to create the same villa number again, then it will throw an exception. We will handle that later on, do not worry, but right now try not to use the same villa number. That being said, right now what I want to do is when we create a new villa number, rather than having to enter a villa ID, what if in the dropdown we display all the villa name? That will be more meaningful because chances are high that you will not remember the ID of the villa. Now the question is, how do we get that list? We can easily get list of all the villas using our _db, and then we can pass it down to the view. In the create get endpoint, let me get list of all the villa number. In the create here, we basically need to get all the select list item, and then we have to pass it down to the view. What we want to get here is a list of select list item. Let me call that list is equal to, we have to get that from the database _db.villas, convert that to a list right here. Now that is great. We are converting that to a list, but what we want is a select list item. With Entity Framework Core, we have something called as projection. We will get an IEnumerable here, and on that we can use something called as projection, where we will be using the select, and we can explicitly say that, hey, of all the list here, I want you to convert that to a list of select list item. It is pretty fancy. We can say u goes to new select list item, and there we can define text that is equal to u.name. Next we have the value that is u.id.toString. It will be an IEnumerable here. Let me fix that, and perfect. We have a drop-down list right here with the villa ID and villa name. How do we pass that to the view? We can pass the list here directly, but then it will not work, because from the code here we are saying that it will expect an IEnumerable of select list item, but in the create here we have model as villa number. Let me show that. If you go back on the villa number create, it throws the exception because the types are not matching. So that will not work. We basically need to pass the collection here, but we cannot pass that in the view. Once you revert that back, things are working again. Let me add a debugging point here, refresh, and if you examine the list here, perfect. We have all the pool villas and the ID. That is looking great. But now the question is, how do we pass this list to our view to display that in a dropdown? We have to move the collection here and pass it down to the view, but for that we cannot pass it in the return statement. One thing that we have seen so far is temp data, but that will only remain for one request, and when you refresh, that goes away. .NET team has provided other functionalities for such requirements, and one of them is view data. View data transfers data from controller to the view, and that is exactly what we want. View data will store value as a dictionary, so it contains key value pair where key will be a string. To see that in example here, we will have a view data and we need to give it a key name. Let me call that villa list and assign anything to the view data. Once you have assigned that, if you go to the view, you can directly access that view data. As I said before, view data is responsible to move data from controller to the view. In the view here where we have the input, let me replace that with a select statement and we need ASP4 tag helper. Whatever villa will be selected, ultimately the value, if we go here, that is the ID. So what we can do is whatever we select ASP4 will have the final ID value and that we can store in the villa ID. We need list of all the items that will be inside ASP items tag helper. It is a special tag helper available with the select tag. Here we want to access view data. With view data, we need the key name. Let me go back and copy that to avoid any spelling mistake. Paste it here. And with view data, we have to convert that. So explicitly, we will say that this will be an IEnumerable of select list item. With that configured, we will add some bootstrap classes here of form select and border and shadow. We can also add a default option to select the villa. Let me run the application and see what happens. We go to villa number here. We hit the create. Let me continue. And great. You can see the dropdown is working as expected and we are using view data to pass some record from our controller to the view. Similar to view data, we also have something called as view bag. And view bags are also used to transfer temporary data from controller to the view. View data is of type dictionary, but view bag is a dynamic type property. Because of that, we do not have a key value pair. What we have is a dynamic type. We will say view bag dot and then the name villa list. That's it. Next, where we have to consume that in the create here, we do not need to convert that back here. All we have to say is view bag dot villa list. Simple as that. Now, even though it is a dynamic property here, internally the data is stored in a dictionary with the key name as villa list. Because of that, you will not be able to use the same name for view data and view bag. But with that, if you run the application, everything will work exactly the same. Let me go to villa number here, create new villa number, and perfect. We have the dropdown. Things are working great and we have our dropdown. But we are using view bag and view data. Now, even though they can be handy and they have a great purpose, I am not a big fan of using view bag and view data. Reason behind that is when you are using view bag or view data, you have a model that you have binded to the view. But when you are in the view, that data that you retrieve here is somehow magically coming up. And because of that, the model is not tightly binded to the view. I always like to bind models directly to the view. That way, whatever I am accessing in the view here is available in the model itself. That is a much cleaner approach and that is what I always recommend hands down. Now the question is, we do not want to modify our root entity because if I add more properties to the root entity, this is corresponding to the database table that we have. We need to create a different model that will be binded to the villa number view. We will do that in the web project here. Right click, add a new folder, call that as view models. In that view model, let me create one more class. I will call that villa number VM for view model. First property that I want there is of type villa number. Let me add that, and I will call that villa number. I will make that a nullable property here, and next will be an IEnumerable of select list item. I will call that as villa list. Perfect. That looks good. But now the villa list, if you submit that, it might try to validate. So the solution is to use validate never. With that, the villa number view model looks good. Now we can bind our create using that villa number view model. If I update this to be villa model, it is not able to detect that. Let me close and open that again. Because we created that right now, it is not able to detect. Let me restart Visual Studio. Sometimes IntelliSense does not work. Let me restart. Let me go with whitelagoon.web.viewModels.villa number view model. Now, of course, we can add that to our imports right here. Perfect. That works. Where we have the model, I will add villa number dot. Let me do that. Perfect, that looks good. Where we have the ASP item, we no longer require the view back here. I will say model dot villa list. Perfect, that looks good. Last thing that we have to do here is we need to pass that view model. Right here, I will create a villa number view model. Let me add the using statement is equal to new, and where we have the villa list, we can populate that right here, comma. We do not need the villa number. I can remove that, and that looks good. Let me save that and run the application. We will go to villa number here, create, and we get an exception. Let me see why. That's odd. It says, whoops, we forgot to pass that to the view. That was the reason. With that configured, let me try again, and perfect. We have the drop down, and that looks good. What we learned in this video is rather than using view bag and view data, a cleaner approach is to use a view model and tightly bind our view to that view model. With the create villa number, everything is looking great. But what we can do is when we go back here, we want to display villa name and not the villa number. If I go back to the code here, in index, we are retrieving all the villa number. When we go to villa number model here, you can see we have a navigation property of villa. For each villa number, if this navigation property was populated, then from there, we can easily get name of the villa. Now, because we have defined that to be a navigation property using foreign key relation, we can easily load that with Entity Framework. Where we have the villa numbers here, we have to write .include and add a using statement. Using statement will be Entity Framework core. Once you add that, we can load navigation property. We want to load villa navigation property, and when you write .include, it will automatically join the villa table, retrieve that, and make it available in the villa number. Let me add a debugging point and restart the application to show that. We go to villa number here and perfect. If we go and examine the villa number, you will notice villa will be populated with all the values. Now when you run the application, it also runs a console window. If you open that console window, you can see that it is inner joining both the table, villa number and villas, and it is retrieving all the record. That is how using .include you can load the navigation properties, and then displaying that is super simple. If I remove this debugging point, go to the view here, where we have villa ID, we will go to the navigation property and display villa.name. With that, if we continue here, great. Now we are displaying the villa name here. But what we learned in this video is very important. We learned how to load navigation property using .include in Entity Framework. Now if there was another navigation property inside Villa, Entity Framework Core also has then include, which you can use to include a navigation property inside another navigation property. But if you had more than one navigation property, you can add more .include and load all of the navigation properties. One thing that I want you guys to do is, if you try to create a villa number and that villa number already exists, I want you to display a toaster notification. So pause the video and try to see if you can complete that small assignment. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. What we need to do is, when we are creating a villa, we need to find out if that number is unique or not. So I will have a boolean here is number unique is equal to underscore db.villa numbers. We can use something called as .any with Entity Framework. That will return true or false if there are any records with the same villa number. Another way to accomplish that is, you can use the where condition, retrieve that. If the count is equal to 0, then the number is unique. But a more efficient answer will be to use .any rather than using .where or first or default. Now any here will return true if that villa number already exists. I will change the name to be more meaningful. Room number or villa number already exists. If model state is valid and if room number does not exist, only then we create that room number. Else we will check here if the room number already exists, then we will add that to our temp data for notification. Let me edit that. Did I forget something? No semicolon there. Rebuild and apply the change. Let me go back here 1 second. We are in the create post. Yep, that looks good. Let me run the application and try that. We will say 101 that already exists. And when we hit the create button, you will see an exception. I want you to try and figure out what's wrong here. The answer is simple. Right here we have villa number, but when we post, we will be getting a villa number view model. So in obj we will have villa number dot villa underscore number, and when we are adding here, that will be obj dot villa number. Let me run the application again. Let me try to create one with 101, and this time you will see a different exception. Perfect. You can see we have an exception with model.VillaList object reference not set to instance of an object. Can you try to debug and tell me why you are getting this exception? If you debug, you can easily identify the issue. I hope you were able to debug and find that. What happens is it will go outside of this if condition and it will go with the temp data and then return back to the view. In the view, it is trying to access model.VillaList, but when you are returning back, are you passing that view model? We are not. Because of that, we get the error message. What we need to do is we need to pass the view model with the dropdown. If I paste that here, let me run the application and see what happens. Let me do 101 here. And perfect, we get the notification, villa number already exists. But if you notice here, the villa list dropdown is empty. Because we are passing the view model here again, that way it will not throw exception of object reference not set to instance, but the object does not have the dropdown. We basically will have to populate the dropdown again, similar to what we did right here. Copy that, and before we return back, we will say obj.villalist is equal to and paste that. That is something that you have to be careful if the model state is not valid. Whatever you are populating here has to be repopulated before you go back to the view. With that configured, let me restart the application and now it will work. We try to create a new villa number here, 101, and great, dropdown is populated. But the notification here is a success notification. We have error. I think we made a mistake in the notification. Where we have the error, it will be error, and that should fix it. Perfect, looks much better. Create functionality is working great with villa number. Let me work on update. Now when we update, I want to add a special business requirement that once you create a villa number here, you cannot update that. If you made a mistake, you can always delete that and create something new, but you cannot update a villa number. But before that, let me see if dropdowns are working here. Let me create a royal villa, villa number 777, and perfect, that is working. Now let me work on the update here. We have the villa number controller. Let me close everything else. We have the update get endpoint. We need to load the dropdown, so let me copy this. Scroll down, paste that here, and along with villa list, we need to populate villa number underscore db dot villa numbers dot first dot default. U goes to u dot villa number is equal to villa number. This will be a villa number. Let me go back to the index and see what name I have used. We will go to villa number index, scroll down. We have the villa number ID. Let me use that. If it is something else here, things will not work. If the villa number view model dot villa number, if that is null, we will return back to the error page. Else, when we return to the view, we will pass villa number. That looks good. Let me save that, and we need to create the view. I will copy the view for create. Copy that, paste it here. Let me remove the comment here. We will have update villa number and scroll down. This will be update. Perfect. I believe that looks good. Let me run the application and see if that works. Let me click the edit here, and perfect. The update is looking great. I want to point out something. If for some reason you do not see the view and you see an error message like this: something got corrupted while adding the view. What I typically do at that point is delete that view and create that again. Of course, I will copy all the data in a notepad. That way, just drop that view, create a new view, and paste that again. But that is one tip that I want to give if in case you are trying to access a view and you see view not found, but that view is in the same location. Try to delete that and create that again. We need to work on the post endpoint for update. Let me go back here and copy what we did in create here. Scroll down where we have the update. Let me paste that. We will be getting the villa number view model here. Let me fix that. And when we are updating, I need to disable the villa number. That cannot be updated. Well, not here in the input field. Disable that, but we need that in the post endpoint. Let me add the input ASP4. Well, if it is disabled, I think we will be able to access that in the post endpoint. We do not access that if the field is read only, so we are good there. We get the villa number. We do not have to check the room exists because that cannot be modified here. If you want to add that, then you need to add some extra validation. Rather than add here, it will be update, and that will be inside villa number view model dot villa number. Villa number has been updated successfully. Redirect back to the action. And if something is not valid, we need to populate the villa list again and send that. Perfect. Looks great. Let me go back and test that again. 102 is disabled. Let me add a debugging point here. Change that. Well, not 102. I have 777. Rather than Royal Villa, make it a luxury pool villa. We get the error here, multiple matched endpoints. Let me restart the application. Sometimes hot reload might act funky. Let me edit that to be premium pool villa. Great, we hit the endpoint. Let me examine. And we did not get the villa number. I was under the impression that we get villa number even if it is disabled, but we need that. So ASP4 villa number dot villa number. I will make that as an hidden field, and that should work. I will have to double check. I think read only might be working. Let me edit here. Premium pool villa. Examine the villa number. And perfect. That is working. Let me continue. Villa number has been updated and we have the premium pool villa. So great. Our edit functionality is also working as expected. Finally, we want to work on delete, and when we are deleting, we are passing villa number ID. So let me copy what we have for update here. It will exactly be the same. Rename that to be delete here, and that should work. Well, along with that, let me add the view. Stop the application, add view for delete, and I can copy everything in update, paste that here. I will disable the select dropdown, and I will disable the special details. This will be delete and BTN danger. That looks good. Let me run the application. The post endpoint, we need to modify that, but let me see if I am able to view all the details. Yep, that looks good. Now let me go back and fix the post endpoint. We will be retrieving villa number here, and we will get villa number view model. I need to check the villa number here is equal to villa number view model dot villa number dot villa underscore number. I have too many lines here. Let me split that out. It will be of the type villa number. If the obj is not null, we will remove that villa number from the database, and villa number has been deleted successfully. The villa number could not be deleted. Let me rebuild and apply the change, and that should work. Go to villa number here, try to delete one with special details, and perfect, that worked. With that, the CRUD functionalities for villa number are working as expected. Before I continue, let me point out one small thing. When we are redirecting to index here, we are using magic string. If you make a spelling mistake there, it will not display any error message. Rather than using magic string, you can use something called as name of, and that will find name of all the action method here, and that way if you make a spelling mistake here, it will directly display you an error message. This is a great alternative rather than using magic string. So let me fix that in the other place here for index, where we have that. Perfect. Looks good. That name of will not work when you have a different controller, but when you are working in the same controller, it makes sense to use name of. Let me modify that in the villa controller as well. Rather than index, name of index. Perfect. And great. Now these are very small things, but when you are writing code, if you gather all of the small things, ultimately you will have a very clean code, and that is the best practice. Our application is looking great. We can perform the CRUD operation on villa and villa number. But now let's take a step back and analyze on the code that we have. Let me close everything here, close all the tabs here, and then if you examine in the home controller and the villa number controller, we are directly accessing the DB context. Now that is okay if the application is small, you can have all the logic in one place. But if we are working with a large application, typically we need to break it down in multiple projects, and we are using clean architecture for that. One of the best things that we have with .NET Core is dependency injection. We should utilize that and create a generic repository. That way we can move all the database related operation in the repository. Let me show you how we can get that done. Now first, when we work with dependency injection, there are interfaces and we will have implementation of those interfaces. So the question is, where will we have interface for our DB context? Interface will typically go in the application layer. So in the application project here, we will add a new folder, and let me call that as common. Inside that common folder, I will create one more folder for interfaces. We will work on the villa model, and then we will work on villa number. In the interface here, let me create our first interface, and I will call that iVilla repository. Perfect. It will be a public interface, and inside there we will have all the methods to perform CRUD operation on Villa. Let me do that one at a time. If I go to Villa controller here, you examine we have something called as _db.villas.toList to retrieve a complete list of Villa. But when we go to update here, we also have first.default where we have a condition and we are retrieving one Villa. In the repository here, we can add a generic implementation to retrieve all the Villa here, and I will call that getAll. Let me add the reference here to the domain project. We need that. Perfect. Now when we go to controller here, we have a method where we are passing link operation. What if we want something similar in the getAll here? That way we will be able to add filtering. To do that, we will be getting an expression here, and that will be function func on the Villa model, and we will have boolean as the result. Right here, let me call that filter is equal to null, and the expression here will be nullable. Because if we go back to controller, we will need that expression in first.default, but when we have to retrieve the complete list, that will be empty. Along with that, if I open the Villa number controller, you can see we were including few properties to eager load the related properties. To handle this scenario, in our repository here, let me add a comma, and I will get all the include properties as a string. Let me do that, include properties. Now how we will implement this, do not worry. In the next video, we will go into extensive detail when we do the implementation of our interface. But the getAll here is looking great. Next, what if we want to get one individual Villa? If we want to get one individual Villa, then also we will need some condition to filter that. And when we are getting one, the condition here will always be required. So let me copy the getAll, paste it one more time, rename that to be get, and if we are getting only one record, the expression will be a required field. Let me remove the null here, and we will have include properties if we want to load the navigation property. That looks great. Let me go back to the controller here. In create, we will have add, where we will get the entity here. In update also, we will get the entity. Let me create those two methods. Return type will be void. You can add boolean if you want. I am keeping things simple. We have add, we will have update. Let me fix that. And we will have remove as well. And finally, there is one more thing here. We need to save the changes. So right here, let me add a void, call that as save, and perfect. That looks good. With that, I believe we have all the endpoints that are needed in the Villa controller to perform all the CRUD operation. We have the interface of Villa repository, and we need to implement that. Now typically when you are working with an N-tier architecture, you have the implementation in the same project. But with clean architecture, you need to remember responsibility of the individual layer. We will define the contract in the application layer, but the implementation of all the database migration, database context object will be in the infrastructure layer. So where we have the application DB context, there we will implement our repository. Now I know it might seem a little odd that we are keeping the interface and implementation in separate places, but ultimately it will be a clean architecture, and by the end of the video, you will see the complete advantages. In the infrastructure here, let me create a new folder and I will call this repository. In repository, we will be creating a new class, and that will be implementation of the iVilla repository. we will call that Villa repository. It will be a public class here, and it will implement the iVilla repository. We need to add the dependency between the project, so the infrastructure layer will have a dependency on the application layer. Let me add that here, and let me press Ctrl dot here to implement that interface. Perfect, that looks good. But one thing that you should always remember is Villa repository will be the implementation of iVilla repository. In our main web project, we need to add that to our dependency. Right here, I will say builder.services.add. We want to add a scoped dependency that whenever someone requests an implementation of iVilla repository, the container should be able to give them the implementation in the Villa repository class. That looks good, but we still need to implement all the methods in Villa repository. Let me do that in the next video. Before I implement the Villa repository, we should be clear with our clean architecture. The web project should have dependency of the infrastructure project, and that looks good. The infrastructure project will have a dependency on the application project. If I expand it here, you can see we also have a dependency on the domain project. That is not needed, because when I open the application project and examine the dependencies, it has a dependency on the domain project. So if infrastructure project wants to access domain, that could also be done because application is already included in the infrastructure. But with that, the dependencies that we have are looking good. When you work with multiple layers, you should be careful when you add project reference. You do not want circular dependencies, or if there is already a dependency, you do not want to duplicate that as well. So make sure to keep that in back of your mind, and I will explicitly point out some of the pitfalls as we proceed with the course. We have to implement the Villa repository. Let me hide that here and close everything else. We only want the Villa repository. When we were working with application DB context, let me keep a controller open here for Villa number. We were injecting the application DB context. When we work with repository, it will work exactly the same. If I copy this and if I paste it here, I will have to change the constructor name to be Villa repository, and that way we will get the implementation of our DB context. Now we need to implement the add method here. For that, on _db we had add, and there we were adding the entity. One thing you might be saying is when we were adding here, let me scroll down, in the create post, we were adding that on Villa numbers.add. But even if you were using _db.add, Entity Framework Core knows what object it is, and based on that it will add in the corresponding table. Right here we are using directly _db.add. Now get and get all are a little bit complex. Let me cover that in the next video. Where we have remove, we will say _db.remove and remove the entity. In order to save the changes, we will say _db.save changes. Scroll down for the update here. We had _db.update on the entity. Now we already know that Villa repository will be working on the Villa here. So if we want to do something like this, that is completely okay. Because we know that our entity will be Villa entity for this repository, we can add the villas after the context object. I will keep both the things here. We have one without that, we have one with the Villa, because as we move forward, we will be improving our repository. But now the two things that are remaining is get and get all. Now we need to work on get and get all. Let me first do the get all here, and we will be working on an iQueryable, and that will be of the type Villa for this repository. Now typically we used to work on _db.villa, something like that. That is directly working with the DB set, but on the DB we can also use set here and then the class. That way it will work exactly the same like _db.villas. We are setting our iQueryable here and we are telling that it will be _db.villas here. Next we need to add filter there. We can check if filter is not null. In that case we will work on query here and we will add our filter. Adding that is super simple. We can directly add a where condition. Next property that we have here is include properties. Now this we will extract as a string property. But if you examine in the Villa number controller, we are basically having that as an expression as well. But if we want to include more than one properties, we can have a comma separated list and then accomplish that. So what I can do is where we have the include properties, I can check here if not string.isNull or empty, include properties. If that has a value, I will have to split that by a comma because again it will be a comma separated values. We will have a for each here, variable include prop in include properties. For each of the include properties, we need to split that. So right here on the separate line here, we will split that and I will split that by a new character value that is comma, and I will set the string split options dot remove empty entities. We do not care about any empty entities and that looks good. Now for each of the include property, on query we can say query dot include and we want to include the include prop. That way we will be able to include all the properties that are separated by a comma. But here you have to be very careful. Whatever you add here, that must be case sensitive. Like if we go back, you can see it is Villa here. If it is a lowercase, include will not work. So that must be the exact name that we have for the navigation property. Let me close that here and I will add a comment here. It will be something like Villa, comma, Villa number. And again, it will be case sensitive. With that, we have our query that is working. Finally, we will return back query.toList. That looks good for the get all implementation. Let me copy and paste that. And there we will be getting everything right here. But when we are returning back here, we will return first our default. The return type will be only Villa. Let me go to the interface here. I think I made a mistake there. Whoops. F12. When we get, it will be an individual Villa and not an IEnumerable. Perfect. Our get and get all are looking good and the other methods are also implemented in the repository. We have implemented the iVilla repository, but we need to consume that in the Villa controller. Right here, we no longer want to directly use the application DB context. We want to use the iVilla repository. Let me call that Villa repo. Dependency injection will get us the implementation iVilla repository. Call that as Villa repo and underscore Villa repo is equal to Villa repo. Now here, do not make it a Villa repository. It must be the interface because dependency injection, if we go to program.cs, when you ask for an implementation of iVilla repository, we have registered that it should create an object and give you the implementation of Villa repository. So in the controller here, it will dynamically do everything and give you the implementation that you can directly use in your application. Right here, we will be working on Villa repo. We do not have villas, but we have the getAll. Perfect. That looks good. Where we have to add anything, we will say underscore Villa repo.add and we pass the object. To save the changes, we will say underscore Villa repo.save and perfect. When we have to get the first or default on the Villa repo, we have the individual get here, and there we can pass the expression exactly same like we do in first or default. That is perfect. When we have to update, underscore Villa repo.update and we pass our obj. Finally, we will have Villa repo.save. That looks good. Where we have the first or default, Villa repo.get, and that looks good. Let me modify here as well. Where we have to remove anything, on the Villa repo we have remove method and we need to save the changes. Perfect. With that, I believe we have modified everything, and now in the Villa controller we are no longer using the application DP context directly. Let me run the application and see if we are able to perform the CRUD operation. We will go to Villa here. Let me try to create a new Villa. Name cannot match. Perfect, that looks good. Let me try to update. That worked as well. And perfect. All the CRUD operations are functional, but now we are using our repository. The version for our repository is looking good. But think about this thing. Right now we have a Villa repository, then we will have a Villa number repository, and for all the entities we will have their individual repository. That is also okay. But when we examine the repository here, the add method, maybe the getAll, all of these methods will be exactly same when we are working with Villa or Villa number. Now there might be some cases when we need some changes and that we can override, but typically the retrieval process and creating and updating is pretty standard with Entity Framework. So rather than having the same code in all the repository, it makes sense to move all of the base code in a generic repository and then implement that in the Villa repository. That will be the next version for our repository. First, let me implement the interface for that, and interface will be in the application layer. Right here, let me stop the application first, and I will create a class that will be repository. Now this will be an interface here, so let me make it public, interface and not the class, iRepository, modify the name here to be iRepository. The repository here will be a generic interface and we will be using generics in C#. We do not know what class it will be. It can be a Villa class or it can be a Villa number. So we can say when we implement that, it will be on type T, where T will be a class, but we will not know what that class will be right now. That is how generics work. Then let me go to the interface here for the iVilla repository, copy everything here and paste that and paste that. In the Villa repository, we knew the class was Villa, but here we do not know that, so I will replace that with the generic class that we have defined as T here. Now when we are working with generic repository, we can implement the save and update here as well. But I will not do that. Update I typically do not like in the generic repository because many times you do not want to update all the fields. Maybe you only want some fields, and that can be different based on the individual model. Right now, let me only add these 4 methods in the generic repository. Next step will be to implement this generic repository, and that will be done in the infrastructure layer where we have the repository. Let me add a new class there. Call that repository. It will be a public class and it will implement the interface iRepository, but we are working on generic. Make sure to add that here. That way we know the repository is also generic, where T is a class. With that, if you press Ctrl dot here, we will have the helper to implement all interface. We have a generic iRepository and implementation will be inside the repository.cs. Now it's time to move the code from Villa repository to our generic repository. Here you can see we were getting application DB context. We will do the same in repository and get that with dependency injection. Constructor name, we will modify that to be repository here, and on top of that I will also create internal DB set. DB set is what we ultimately work with when we are working with Entity Framework. Let me do Ctrl dot and add the using statement, and that we also saw in the Villa repository right here when we work on the set here, that is basically creates a DB set of the type entity. When we had to work with Villa, we were using _db.set and we were setting that to be Villa. In generic, we don't know what class it will be, but that will be defined in T. So what we can do is in constructor, I can say db set here is equal to _db.set, and type will not be Villa, it will be the generic class here. Next thing, we will not be working on _db, but we can work on the db set for add. So db set dot we have the add, and we can add the entity. Similarly, let me get the get here because it is a little complex. Copy that in our generic repository, and the query here we can change that to be our db set. One thing that we need to modify is we do not work with Villa. It will be generic, and perfect. The errors went away. Copy that and paste it again for the get all. We will modify first our default to be toList, and that looks good. Final thing that we have here is for remove. That will be dbset.remove, and we will pass the entity. Perfect. Now our repository has the majority of the implementation that was there in Villa repository. That being said, we should clean up the Villa repository and the interface here. Methods that we have added in the generic repository, let me remove them, and we will keep update and save. We can say that this iVilla repository implements the iRepository, and there we can define what class we will pass. In the iRepository it was generic, but when we are implementing, we are saying right here it will be on the class Villa. That looks good. But now we need to go to Villa repository, and we can remove the get here, get all, remove. We will keep save and update, and that's about it. Perfect, that looks much better. But now where we have the iVilla repository, our Villa repository basically also needs here the repository. Let me change the spelling here. And repository, we need to define the class that will be Villa. That way the Villa repository will get all the methods of the repository, and it is implementing the iVilla repository. But you will notice one error in the constructor here. and there it says no argument given that corresponds to the required parameter db of the repository villa. And that is because if we go to repository, it requires the db context. We already have that. Let me go back. We have it here. So we can pass that down to the base class with one single command base, and we can pass db. Simple as that. With that, it will give the implementation to the repository and everything will work exactly the same. With that in place, if I run the application now, everything will still work exactly the same, but now we have moved our generic code to a generic repository from the Villa repository. We are able to retrieve everything. Let me try to create. That works. If I try to edit that, it is working. So all the CRUD operations are working as expected, but we have moved our bulky code to a generic repository implementation. And this repository we can reuse across all the new repository. Like if we create a villa number repository, in the future we will create booking repository and much more. That way we do not have to rewrite all the code in all the repositories. Now I know we have covered a lot in the past few videos with repositories. So I want you guys to pause the video and make sure that you understand everything that we have done. Now you should be able to bind everything together on how repository is helping Villa repository, how the interfaces are working, and how everything is coming together to load all the data in the web project. So make sure to take a pause right here and analyze everything that we have done before we enhance our repository a little more in the upcoming video. What we have for our repository is great and this is fully functional. But there is also one more thing that could be enhanced. Right now, if we go to our Villa controller, you will notice we have a Villa repository. Let's say down the road in a controller, if we require to use 3 repositories, we will have to inject all of them individually. How about we create a wrapper on top of Villa repository, something like if we have that wrapper, call that as maybe unit of work, dot, and then we can add the name Villa there, and then we will be working directly on the Villa repository. Similar to what we have with entity framework when you use _db.villa and then the operation. Now that would be great, but how do we do that? For that, in our repository here, interface, let me create a new interface. I will call that unit of work. So this will be an interface I unit of work. It will be a public interface, and there we basically need an I Villa repository. Call that as a Villa, and we will only require a getter. Let me go to solution here, and where we have implementation in infrastructure, let me implement that in a new class called as unit of work. It will be a public class that will implement the I unit of work, implement that interface. In the I Villa repository here, let me create a get and a private setter. I will give that a name of Villa as well, and that looks good. Let me also create a private read-only application DB context here and set that in a constructor. So application DB context here, and we will say _db is equal to db. Now we need to create a new Villa instance. So Villa will be equal to new Villa repository, and we have to pass the application DB context as a constructor. That way we will get the dependency of application DB context, pass that down to the Villa repository. Villa repository will be getting that and passing that down to the base repository. Now if you think that is too much, it is getting the DB context and passing it down to the base class. But with that, our unit of work is all done. That's it that we had to do. It might seem a small task, but with that we have created a wrapper around our repositories. How do we use that? When we go to the web project here in program.cs, now we no longer have to register individual repositories. All we need to register is unit of work, and its implementation is inside unit of work. With that configured, our unit of work is already set up to be used in our project. Our unit of work is already configured in the project, and we do not have the individual Villa repository. So in the Villa controller, when we inject, things will not work. Let me show that, because it will not know what implementation to give when we ask for iVilla repository in the Villa controller. You can see it throws an exception. We need to modify that to use iUnit of work now. Let me call that underscore unit of work, and we will have unit of work here. And we will get that with dependency injection. Underscore unit of work is equal to unit of work. Where we have underscore Villa repository, we need to replace that with unit of work, and then what entity we are working on, that is the Villa entity. Copy that, and let me fix everything that we have here. Perfect, that looks good. With that, if I run the application, now all the CRUD functionalities will be working, but with unit of work. Let me show that. We are using Villa number here. Let me fix that. And great. We are able to create, we are able to update, and we are able to delete. With that, you can see how easy and clean it is. With unit of work, we can tell what entity we are working on, and then the operation. Now there is one small modification that I want. Where we have unit of work and we are saving the changes, we are basically calling underscore db.save changes. It does not really make sense to have the entity when you are saving the changes. Because if you are adding two entities here and you save the changes, it will ultimately save both the entities. Right now we have the Villa model, but if we have Villa number, then it will save both of them. So rather than that, unit of work should have the implementation of save and not the individual repository. So what we have to do to fix that is inside unit of work. Well, first in the iUnit of work, we need to add a method void save, and in the implementation, let me implement that by control dot, and we will say underscore db dot save changes. With that in place, if I go to the iVilla repository, we do not need the save method there, and implementation, let me open that. Perfect, that is not needed. In the Villa controller, on unit of work directly, we will have the save, and that looks much cleaner. Perfect. Let me run the application and make sure that nothing is broken. We go to Villa here. Let me try to delete this one, and perfect. Now our repository is in a great shape. Everything has been configured with unit of work, and the save method is implemented in one global location rather than individual repositories. Now that we have Villa repository in our unit of work, it is time for an assignment. what I want you guys to do is what we have done with the villa repository. I want you guys to do the same with villa number repository. Ultimately, in the villa number controller, we do not want application DB context. It should be unit of work and everything should be functional. Make sure to pause the video and do that assignment. That way you will understand the complete flow of what we need to do. We need to create repositories. We need to add that to unit of work. Then we need to modify the controller. And finally, everything will be functional. So pause the video and make sure that you implement the villa number controller using unit of work. We have to implement few things to get our task done. Let me close all the tabs here, and first in the interface in the application layer, copy and paste villa repository here, and I will stop the application, rename that to be villa number repository. Copy that name, and we will modify the interface name here. That will be on villa number and not villa entity. Make sure to correct that, and perfect. The villa number repository looks good. Next we move to the infrastructure layer. Well, while we are there in the unit of work, we can create an entity for villa number repository. That looks good. Then in the repository here, we need to copy villa repository, paste that one more time, and rename the new file to be villa number repository. Copy the name here, open that file, modify the class name, and it will implement repository with entity of villa number, and interface will be villa number repository. In the update here, that will be on villa number, and this will be villa numbers dot update. Perfect, pretty simple. Final step that we need is in unit of work. We need to create public villa number repository. Right here we will say villa number is equal to new villa number repository. That's all that we had to do with unit of work and the villa number repository. Final change that is needed is in the controller, villa number controller. Let me open the other controller and copy the unit of work here. Paste that here. Make sure to correct the constructor name, and perfect. Now we need to modify. When we retrieve the villa number, we need the include properties. On unit of work, we will be working on villa number dot get, and there we need include properties. So we will say include properties, and what will be the value? It is case sensitive, so make sure to cut this value and paste that. With that, it will retrieve everything, and it will be get all because we will get all the villa number. Where we have the drop down here, we need to go to villa here. If this was not unit of work, you would have to inject villa repository and villa number repository. But because we have unit of work, there we have villa, and we can call get all. Let me copy this. Scroll down. I believe we are doing that again here. Let me paste that. Looks good. Then we need to check if the room number exists. So underscore unit of work dot villa number. And right now we do not have a repository endpoint for any, but if you want, you can easily add that endpoint. Let me do that right now. We will add that in the generic repository here, where we will have a Boolean return value. We will have any, and there we will get an expression. When we are using any, Filter will not be an optional. Let me fix that. And we need to modify our repository. Let me implement that interface. Right there we can return the dbset.ne and apply the filter. Simple as that. You can see how easy it was to add few things to our repository, and great, that is functional. Next we want to add here, so we will say underscore unit of work dot villa number dot add and unit of work dot save. Let me copy that and scroll down. Where we need to get the list here, we will say underscore unit of work dot villa dot get all. We need to get the villa number here, unit of work dot villa number dot get, and we will pass the expression. That looks good. Let me paste save changes here in order to update again. Unit of work dot villa number dot update, and we need to get the drop down here. That will be unit of work dot villa dot get all, and perfect, looks good. We have the drop down again. Let me paste that here. Scroll down to see we do not have any more drop downs. First or default unit of work dot villa number dot get. That looks good. Let me copy that, and we have that again. Paste that here. Looks good. Finally we have unit of work dot villa number dot remove and unit of work dot save changes. Great. With that, I do not see any error message here. Let me run the application and see if everything is functional. We go to villa number here. Let me try to create a new one for luxury pool villa, random villa number, and some special details. Perfect. Let me try to edit that to be a royal villa. That works. And delete is also functional. Perfect. With that, our application is fully functional for villa and villa number using unit of work. Now what I want to do is, when we are working with villa, you notice we have an image URL. But in a typical application, they typically upload an image and that is saved on the server, and we are using to display that. And that is exactly what we want to accomplish. Rather than a string here, we want to upload an image. To get that handled, let me close all the tabs here and let me open our model in Entity, Domain. We have the villa model. Right here we have image URL, but let me add one more property. That will be of the type iForm file. That way we can upload file when we are adding the villa. Call that as image, and let me make that not mapped. Not mapped is another data annotation that can be used on entities. When you add not mapped, we are telling Entity Framework Core that the columns that we are adding here, you do not have to add that to the database. That way it will not try to add the image column to the database, and that is exactly what we want. With that configured, our villa model is looking good. Now we need to modify our controller to handle upload of an image. But when the image will be uploaded, where should we save that? All the static files are in one location, and that is www root folder images. There we will create a new folder. Let me create a new folder with the name of villa. Let me follow the same convention and make it a capital V here, and that looks good. Finally, what we need to modify is the villa controller, and there when we have the upload here or create and update along with the villa object, we will be receiving a file here, but we need to modify the view as well. Right here on the form, we need to handle image upload. When we scroll down where we have the image URL, we can keep the image URL here as a hidden property. We do not want to use that, but what we rather want is the new property, that is image, and that will not be hidden. With that change, if I run the application, we will be able to see a file upload when we are on the create view for our villa. Let me go to villa here and hit the create button, and perfect. We have a choose file button here. That way we will be able to select an image to upload. But let me close that. Right now, even if we upload, things will not work, because when we are handling file in a form, right here in the form tag, we must add the ENC type, and that will be multi-part form data. If you do not add that, then when you hit the upload button, file will not be posted. So make sure to add this ENC type on the create form. With that configured, when you upload the image here, we will be able to receive that in the villa object itself. We have the form file. So that will be available in the villa object. Now we need to retrieve that image here and save that inside the villa folder in www root folder. How do we access the root folder of the application? We can do that by using something called as iWebHost environment, and that is available in the .NET framework itself. So we will inject the iWebHost environment using dependency injection here. Let me inject that. It will be iWebHost environment. Make sure you do not make spelling mistake there. Perfect. We are injecting that in the controller, and in the post endpoint, we need to upload that image after the model state is valid here. We can check if obj.image, if that is not null, that means an image was uploaded. In the else part here, image was not uploaded. At that time, what we can do is we can set a default image. Let me add a default image of placeholder.go, and if you open, it's a dummy image. That looks good. If an image is not provided, we will use a default image here. Next, what do we do if we have an image here? Let me continue in the next video. If an image is provided, we need to handle that. First, let me retrieve the file name here because we want to rename that to be a random grid. When we get an image here, we do not want to use the default name. Let me generate a new name using grid.newGrid.toString, but when we have the file, we need to keep the same extension. So using path.getExtension helper method, we can retrieve the extension of the image that was uploaded by obj.image.filename. Right here you can add a validation if you want that if the extension is PNG or JPEG, then you accept, else you reject that. But I'm going to assume that the image is valid here. Next, we need the path. So let me call that image path is equal to path.combine, and the default path is inside underscore webhost environment dot webroot path. That basically will give you path of this www root folder, and after that you have to navigate in images and then villa. With that we will have to add images /villa, and that looks good for the final path where we have to save that image. In order to add that image, we will create a new variable file stream is equal to, and we will have to combine the path which is the final path, of image path along with the file name, enter into a file mode of create, and then we will use copy to copy that image in our folder villa right here. Rather than villa, let me rename that to be villa image. That makes more sense. Perfect, villa image here. Let me pin that. And this will be villa image. Rather than having a bracket around using statement, we can simplify that. And perfect, looks good. After we do everything, we need to upload the new image URL, and that will be inside images, villa image. We have file name. Now the smart IntelliSense that you saw on my screen, that might not be available for you, and you'll have to type that because I am using GitHub Copilot. Because of that, I am getting those suggestions. So if you do not have a license for that, or if you do not have Copilot, you will have to type that, and make sure to not make any spelling mistake when you are typing the magic string. But that looks good for uploading the image if that is present, else we are setting that to be a default placehold.co, and then we are adding unit of work. With all of that configured here, let me run the application and test that. I will add a debugging point here. We will go to villa, not villa number, create a new villa here, and let me select an image. Let me open image here and hit the create button. Perfect, we hit the endpoint. Image is not null, that is good. We get the file name with the extension. We get the path where we have to save it. And now it copied. So if I go there, perfect. We have that image in the villa image folder. If I open that, great. Let me do F10 here. And it will add to the database, save changes. Let me continue. Perfect. If I go back to the folder, the image has been uploaded. So perfect. When we create a villa, image is working. Let me try that once again with something dummy where I do not enter anything and hit create button. It will go in the else block, create that, and let me go back to the edit here. Perfect, we have placehold. For the other one, we have the URL inside the www root folder. So changes have been saved successfully in the database. Now let me work on displaying that image on the edit page. Now I want to display that image on the update page here. Let me go back to the code, and we will have to navigate to the update view. Go to that view where we have padding 3. Let me create a div, give it a class of column 10. And let me create one more div, give it a class of column 2. Let me cut the padding 3 here and paste that in column 10. If I save that, well, I will have to rebuild. Let me do that. And let me go to villa and then update. Perfect. We moved everything to the left and we can display image on the right here. I will add img tag src will be model.image URL. Width will be 100%. Let me add some custom styling for the border here. Save that. And perfect. We can see the image here where we have placehold. We can see that URL. And that is looking great. Next, we need to make sure that when we are on the update here, we need an upload button on this page as well. Let me go back where I have the image URL. I will add an input tag for image, and the image URL, we will require that in a hidden property. Because what we want to do is when we update an image here, we want to delete the old image that will be present in the image URL. So we will delete the old image and we need to upload new image that has been uploaded. But if we do not upload any image here, then we need to make sure old image does not get deleted. We want to work on image in the update villa. Let me go back here to the villa controller and let me copy the code that we have in create, paste that when we are updating, and if the model state is valid. There will be one thing that will be different this time is if there is an old image, we need to delete that. So we will say not string.isNull or empty obj.imageURL. In that case, there is an image URL. We will say variable old image path is equal to, we will have to do path.combine, where we need to add the web host environment.webroot path. Along with that, we will add obj.imageURL. If I go to the database here, and if I open villas, you will notice that we are adding a / before image. So what I will do is right here, I will say trim start, and I want to remove that /. I will have to escape that. So we will add 2 /. Again, it will be /, not /. Then we will check if system.io.file.exist. Then we delete that image. That way, if it is an HTTPS, then it will not delete that image. But if it is a local file, we will remove that image. After that, we will upload the new image and everything will work exactly the same. This time what we will do is if obj.image is not null, then we basically do not want to replace the image URL, so we will remove the else condition. That way the image URL will stay as it is because we have that in the hidden property. So it will remain as it is, and when we call update, that will not be updated. Looks good here. Let me add a debugging point, and we have to test that. Hot reload will kick in here. Let me try to upload a new image here. If you notice here, the obj.image is null. Can you try to find out on why that is null? We have fixed something in the create, but we missed that when we are working with update. One thing that we have missed when we are working with update is if we go to the top in the form here, we forgot the enc type. If we do not upload that, image will not be posted. With that change, we will have to restart the application here, and now the image will be uploaded. Let me give that a try again. We will upload a new image here. Press F10. Perfect, we get the new name. It finds the old image here. It will remove this one. Let me see. Perfect, that got deleted. And it will upload a new image. We have that here. We get the new file name as well. And we will update. Perfect. If I do edit here, we have the new image, and that looks good. If we update any records here without updating the image, then also the image will stay intact, and that is exactly what is happening. With that, create and update villa are working as expected. Finally, we have to work on delete here, and in delete also, let me display the image. Let me go back to the code here where we have update. Let me copy the column 2 here, and I will open the delete view for villa. The padding 3 here, let me add that in a div, give that a class of column 10, and let me paste it here. Closing div, I will add that after the padding 3. That looks good. I believe we do not need to make any other change. Let me go back to the UI. Hot reload did not kick in for some reason. Let me restart. Let me go to Villa here. Try to delete this one. And perfect. We want to delete image if we delete the Villa. Let me go back to the code in the Villa controller. We have the delete logic in update. Let me copy that, paste it right here. Rather than obj here, let me get that from the database, obj from db. If that exists, then we delete that file and we continue. Perfect. Let me save that and I will try this out. Villa is deleted. We should not have any image, and that did not work for some reason. Let me restart the application here and let me try to create a new Villa. Well, I have an existing Villa. Let me upload an image. Perfect. If I try to delete here, let me see what happens. Image URL is populated. The image exists here. Let me go back. And perfect, it deleted this time. Maybe the hot reload did not kick in. Because of that, delete was not functional. But as you can see, the image was deleted. And let me clean this up. I do not want a dummy image lying around. Perfect. Looks good. If I add a new image here, remove the debugging point. If I examine the Villa, we have that here. Let me try to delete that. Go back. And perfect, that is gone. With that, we are handling image successfully with create, update, and delete of our Villa. In the assignment here, you will practice everything that we have done so far. What I mean by that is first we need to create a new model. That will be amenity model, and we will have to create that table in the database with 4 columns. It will have an ID column, a name column that will be required, description will be optional, and there will be a foreign key relation with the Villa ID. It will be similar to what we have in our Villa number table. Now the model that we have to create, we will do that together in the next video, and after that you will start on the assignment. So next video, try to follow along with me and then you will pause and start the assignment. What you will have to do for the assignment is once we create the model, you will have to add a migration to push that to the database, and then you have to create amenity repository and configure unit of work with amenity repository. After that, you need to perform the CRUD operations on amenity, and there will be a drop down for Villa similar to what we had in Villa number. Make sure to follow along with me in the next video and then pause the video and complete the assignment. Before you start on the assignment, let me create the amenity model. That way we will be on the same page. We will be going to our entities here, add a new class file, and that will be amenity.cs. It will be a public class here, and what will be all the properties? We need ID, name, description, and Villa ID. Let me copy what we have in Villa number, and I can quickly modify that. We need an ID here. Let me add that, integer ID, and that will be the primary key. That looks good. We do not have a name here. Let me add that. Perfect. Name will be required here, so let me add that. And then we need the navigation property, but rather than special details, we have description. That will be nullable. Perfect, that looks good. Finally, we want to seed that in our database. We will add that in application DB context. That will be in infrastructure, data, create a DB set here, on amenity. The table name will be amenities. With that, we want to seed our database. We have on model creating here. Let me minimize that a little bit. And we will be adding more on model creating for our amenities. Now rather than typing that, I have provided that in snippet. If you go there in section 9, I have seed amenity here. Copy that and paste it right here. With that configured, our basic requirements are complete for the assignment. In the next video, you need to create the amenity table, and then you have to add amenity repository, configure that to unit of work, and perform CRUD operations on amenity. These will be amenities on individual villa based on the villa ID, so there should be a drop-down to select an individual villa. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. What we have to do is add amenity to repository and unit of work. But before that, we have to create our table. In order to do that, we will open the package manager console and we will point to the infrastructure project. We will add a migration, call that add amenity to DB. The migration here, we are adding the amenity table and we are seeding data. Perfect, everything is done here. And one thing you should remember is there is villa ID 1, 2 and 3. So make sure that when we are seeding that, there is also villas that we are seeding with villa ID 1, 2 and 3. Make sure that that is present in your database. If you deleted that by accident, this is what you should do. Go to the Solution Explorer and open appsettings.json. We have the white lagoon. What you can do is go to SQL Server and delete that table. Close the existing connection, delete that. Perfect, that is gone. Now with that deleted, if this database does not exist, it will create a new database and apply all the pending migration. So if you run the command update database, it will work. Let me do that here and go back, refresh the database again. We will have white lagoon, and there if you examine the villas table, it will have entries, amenities. Perfect. Everything is looking great. But with that, we have seeded our data and amenities table has also been created. Next thing that we have to do is create a repository. Let me copy the villa number repository, paste that once again, and I will rename that to be amenity repository. Copy that name, open the file here, modify the class name, model will be amenity here, it will be amenity repository, update will be on amenity as well. Perfect, looks good. We need to create the interface here. For that, we will go to application layer. We have the villa number repository. Copy and paste that here. Rename that to be amenity repository. Copy that name for the interface. Modify the interface here. And perfect. Looks good. Let me modify unit of work here. Add the amenity repository. Great. Finally, we need to modify unit of work here. And we will be adding amenity repository. And amenity is equal to new amenity repository. With that, we have configured amenity repository and added that to unit of work. We have configured the repository for amenity. Now we need to create a controller. Let me copy the villa number controller and paste that once again. I will rename that to be amenity controller. Copy the name here and modify the class here. Perfect. Now what we need to do is in all the places where we have villa number, we will have to replace that with amenity. Let me do Ctrl+Shift+F here, replace in file. Make sure to modify this to be current document. If you do that in multiple document, it will not be pretty. We will find villa number, replace that with amenity, replace all. Perfect, looks good. Then I want lowercase. So where we have villa numbers, I will replace that with amenities. We will match the case and replace all. Perfect. And where we have villa number now, I will replace that with amenity. Make sure to replace the plural first and then the individual. Let me replace here. Perfect. If you notice in the git changes here, only one file was updated, and that is exactly what I want. Let me take a look at what happened. We need to create an amenity view model for the dropdown. In view models here, copy the villa number view model. I will rename that to be amenity view model, and it will be amenity. Let me fix that. Perfect. Looks good. The class will be amenity view model. Great. Let me close it here. Perfect. Let me examine the code here. We do not have the number exist requirement for create. Let me remove that. Perfect. Looks good. Date here we have amenity ID. That will be ID itself. Perfect. Looks good. Primary key is the ID. And we have the ID is equal to amenity dot ID. Perfect. Now where I have villa number, let me replace that as well with amenity in current document. Double check that. Replace all. And perfect. That looks good. Let me scroll up here. Let me manually update that. Scroll up here. Remove the end. Perfect. Let me try to build here and see if that completes. Great. Our amenity controller is looking good. Finally, we need to work on the views, and let me do that in the next video. Now we need to work on the views. Before I do that, let me go to shared_layout. We will have to add a link for that. Controller will be amenity, and we will display amenity as well. Perfect. First, let me work with the index view. Add view here. It will be index, and let me copy the view from villa number. Copy everything, close that. Perfect. The IEnumerable will be amenity. Let me modify that. It will be amenity list here. Let me copy that. Create new amenity. Controller will be amenity. We have amenity ID. Let me add that. Next, we have name, and we can display villa name as well. The order here, villa name will be at the end. So villa dot name. We have the ID. And we have name in amenity. Perfect. That looks good. The controller name will be amenity. Modify that here. And what will be the route parameter? Of course, that will be the amenity ID here. Let me fix that. But on top of that, we need the route name here. And the parameter name, let me scroll down. That is amenity ID for create and delete both. So it will be ASP route amenity ID, and that will work. Perfect. Let me run the application and see if that page is functional. We will click on amenity here, and great. Everything is looking perfect for our amenity list here. We need to work on create amenity now. Let me go back to the amenity controller, stop the application, copy the view name here, add view. That will be create. Let me also add the view for update here, add view, update, and the delete one, add view for delete. Let me copy all three of them from villa number. We have the create, copy that, paste it here. Make sure that you leave open the amenity one and not the villa number. We do not want to modify villa number accidentally. Delete, let me copy and close that. Paste it here. Final one is the update. Copy and paste that here. Close the other one. Double check this one. Yep, it is the amenity. You can see from the route right there. Perfect. Let's work on create. That will be amenity view model. Let me copy the name amenity here. It will be create amenity. Rather than villa number, we will say amenity.villa ID here. Looks good. Amenity.villa ID, paste that. Perfect. After that, we have amenity.name. Let me add that here. And we have description. Next, we have the description. Let me remove that, copy and paste that again. And we have description. Perfect. We have the create button. It will be amenity controller index action. And great. Looks good. For update and delete, I believe it will be better if I copy that and paste it right here. Everything will be same. It will be update here, and we need the amenity ID as the hidden property. Rather than create, we will display update, and that looks good. Let me copy the update, paste that for delete. Where we have the select here, let me disable that, scroll down, mark it as read only. We will go further down here, it will be delete and PT and danger. I believe that looks good, but we will have to run the application to double check if everything is working. We go to amenity here. Let me try to create for premium pool villa, all four. That works. Edit that. Change that to be all five here. Perfect. Change the pool to be luxury pool villa. That is functional. Let me delete. And great. All the CRUD operation on amenity are working. I know what we have done with amenity is exactly same as villa number, but the main reason behind this is to give you some practice on how everything comes together. I really hope you spend time and complete the assignment before quickly browsing through the video. But with that, I hope you had good practice and you were having fun working with amenity. Now we want to change the navigation. Let me go to the documentation of Bootstrap here and search for navbar. Press enter here and we get to navbar. Scroll down. I want to add a drop down like this. Let me scroll down and copy the li element that we have for the drop down. Copy that. go back to our code, underscore layout. Right here, let me add, or rather paste that. The anchor tag will have a class of drop-down item. Let me fix that for all the three that we have here. Perfect. Let me cut this one, paste it right here. Whoops. I'll have to do some formatting here. Let me copy the next one. Add that here. Scroll down the last one here. Cut that. And I will paste that after a divider. Perfect. Let me delete all three here. Save that. And let's go back. Hot reload did not kick in. Let me restart the application. We have a drop-down, but that is not working. Let me inspect the elements here. We have console error with create popper. I thought I included that here. And well, we had the CDN.js for Bootstrap, so we did not add that. Let me go back here. I will go to CDN Bootstrap here. Let's go back. And we have the bundle. Let me get that and paste it right here and restart the application. When we have the bundle here, it should include everything, and perfect, that is working. Now right here you can see there is a blue color for the active tag. Can you figure out where it is getting that color from? I hope you were able to figure that out. It is because of the scoped CSS that we have here. And let me remove that. I do not want that. As soon as you remove that, perfect, looks much better. Now rather than drop down, let me call that content management. Perfect. If I go back here, our drop down, well, the hot reload for some reason it's not working. Let me restart here and make sure we have that on. Yep, we have that on. It should work now. Great. Our drop down is working. Let me remove the privacy. We do not want that anymore. Save that here. Hot reload. Well, it's funky. Hot reload sometimes works, sometimes does not. I will restart my laptop before the next video and hopefully the hot reload will work again. But this looks good for the navigation. Let me continue from the next video. You might be wondering that you have skipped few videos, but you have not. Right now I am displaying you the completed application, but what I want you to focus on is the home page right here. On the home page you can see we are displaying all the villas. We have a check-in date, we have number of nights here, a button for check availability, and based on that, I want you to figure out what will be the model of the home page. Basically, I want you to focus on what will be all the properties that we will require to display everything on the home page that you see right now. Pause the video and try to see if you can figure out what will be the model of the home page. Let me walk you through that. We first have to display all the villas here, so we will require a list of villa or an IEnumerable to hold all the villa detail. Next, we need a date only field for check-in date, integer value for number of nights here, and based on that, we might also add a checkout date in our model. I believe that will be all the properties that we will require, so let me switch back to the application and create that. Let me close all the tabs here And where will we create our view model? We have that in the web project, view models, add a new class, call that as home view model. First property that we want is an IEnumerable of villa to display all the villas. It will be villa here. Let me add the using statement. Call that as villa list. Next will be a date only field, and that will be check-in date. Now date only is a new type that is available with .NET 8. If you are using older versions of .NET, you can use date time, and that should work for the requirement. But with .NET 8 we have date only and time only, so let me use them for check-in date and checkout date. Another parameter that we require is an integer number of nights. Let me call that as nights here, and that looks good for our home view model. We have created the home view model. Let me open the home controller here, and where we have the index, we can populate that. I have iLogger here, but that is not being used. Let me replace that, and we need to inject unit of work. Once we do that, we need to create a new home view model here. And there we are getting all the villas using unit of work. The nights here, let me default that to be 1 night. And next we have the check-in date. Let me convert that to be datetime.now, and from there we will convert it to date only. Because it is a date only field, we will have to convert that from date time, and to do that we will say date only dot from date time, and in the parameters we will give datetime.now. When we return back to the view, let me pass home view model. With that, when I run the application here on the home page, now I will have a list of all the villas in the home view model. Let me examine the view model here, and perfect, we have 3 villas. So that is looking good, and we have our model in the index section in the home controller. We are loading all the items in the home controller here, but where we have the villa list here, if I go to the villa model in the domain class, we have villa, and then if I examine villa amenity, we have a relation. One villa can have multiple villa amenities based on the foreign key relation. So that way when we retrieve the villa, can we retrieve all the related amenities? Of course we can. With Entity Framework Core, even if we have one-to-many relation, we can load that, but we need a navigation property in villa. Then we can pass that to our include statement, and Entity Framework Core will automatically retrieve that. So right here we need an IEnumerable because it will be more than one amenity, and the type will be amenity. I will call that villa amenity. Make sure that you add validate never here, or else when it will try to create a villa, it will try to validate the villa amenity in model state validation. Now how do you populate villa amenity? In the home controller where we have the get all, we will say include properties, and what name we will use. Should we use amenity here? If you go back and try that, it will not work. It will throw an exception because the name here must be the name of the property or the navigation property, and that is villa amenity. If you copy and paste that here, add a debugging point, and run the application, now amenity list will be populated for the individual villa. Let me examine here villa list, expand that, we have villa amenity, 4 amenities, and last one has 3 amenities. Perfect. With that you can see how easy it is to load navigation property but you have to add that navigation property in the model. In our home controller, we have the action method where we are passing the home view model. Let me right click here, go to the view, and we want to modify this view. Let me go back to the snippets here. In code snippet, section 10, we have the home page UI where I have provided HTML and CSS using Bootstrap. That way you do not have to waste time in writing some basic HTML and CSS, and we can keep our focus on learning the MVC architecture. Let me paste that here and run the project. Before you run that, if you examine the code, there is no .NET related code or tag helpers. It is purely HTML and CSS, and it is using some of the image in the images folder. That image we already added that from code snippets. If you go back, we have the images when we added the slide 1 and slide 2 in www root folder images. We have already added that. With that, let me run the application and show you the transformed UI for the home page. Perfect, we have an image and there is a slider as well. But I wanted to take the full width, so let me go back and I will have to modify the underscore layout here. Scroll down, let me scroll down, and where we have the container, remove that. Let me also remove the padding bottom 3, and I believe that looks good. Let me scroll up here. We do not want any margin in the nav. Save that here. And great, hot reload is working again, and that looks good for the home page of the application. We have the home page here, but we are not binding that to our model. Let me go back to the index here, and first thing that we have to define here is the model. That will be home view model. That is what we are passing from the index action. Now using home view model, if I go back to the UI here, I can populate check-in date and number of nights here. Let me scroll down. We have the form tag here and we have the input. Let me use the ASP4 tag helper and we will have check-in date here. That looks good. Let me save that and go back here, and perfect. We get the default date here. If you want to be explicit, you can say type is equal to date, and because of that you will get a date picker by default. Perfect, looks good. Next we have the form tag here, and basically I want to display a drop down from 1 to 10. We can use razor syntax for that, @for, and we can have a for loop here. I is equal to 1, I is less than 11, I plus plus. For each one of them, we can add an option tag here with the value of @I, and we will display the I as well. If I save that, the drop down should be populated, and that looks much better. On the home page here, we will have our check-in date and number of nights, but we need to display all the villa. If I go back to the code here in the controller, we are populating that in the home view model. We can use that and display a list and display a collection inside our index view. Now to design that, again I have provided a snippet here. If we go to code snippet, section 10, we have the home list on home page UI here. Let me copy everything there. We will scroll down, and within the form tag here, let me paste that right here. Now again, it is purely HTML and CSS here, but you can see there is quite a few things going on. So rather than spending our time on HTML and CSS, it is better to provide that in snippet. I have provided a model here where I have a dynamic ID. Based on that, it will automatically display a model. Let me go back, and we have one sample here. If you click on detail, it displays a model, and that is what we have right here. We need to display all the villa details. So first let me work on adding a for loop and generating all the villas that we have in our database right here. For that we need to add this particular block in a for each loop. Let me go back. Where do we have that? Well, inside the row here we have the padding 4, and in the for each loop we will also have to loop in the model, because there will be individual model for all the individual villa. Right here we will have a for each loop. I will say variable villa in, we have model dot villa list. I will close that after the model here, and I believe that looks good. If I save it here, we will basically see that repeated 3 times, but we need to make it more dynamic. Let me go back to the top. Well, it's right here. We need to make some changes. src, that is inside villa.image URL. Next we have the villa name here, so villa.name. Let me scroll down. We have the description, and here let me do html.raw. That way if we have a dynamic HTML, it will convert that and display that here. Perfect. Right now it is only a string, but later on we will convert the description to be a rich text editor. Because of that I am changing it to be html.raw. We need to display the price here, that is inside villa.price, and we will convert that to string currency format. If I save that here, perfect, looks good. And I believe that is all. Let me double check here. Well, we have the villa size and occupancy. Right here, we need villa.occupancy and villa.square feet. Perfect, everything is dynamic here, and that looks good. But there is one more thing that needs to be modified, and that is the details modal right here. We want to work on the details modal here. Right here, let me display the villa name. If I go back here, we have that modal, and where we have the villa details, let me add a hyphen here, and we will display villa.name. Now if I save that here, let's go back and see something odd. Right here you see Royal Villa, but when I click on the details of Premium Pool, you will still see only Royal Villa. It does not matter what you are clicking, you always see the Royal Villa, and you can see it is automatically selected. It feels like it is always loading the same model, even if you close that and open that again. Model should be different for individual villa, and the reason behind that is simple. If you examine the ID that we are giving here, it is example model hyphen and then a value of 11. When you go up to the details here, we should see that as well. On the details, you can see we are setting the data P as target with that ID. This ID needs to be dynamic. Rather than 11 here, we can modify that to use the villa.id. That way for individual villa, it will have a different target, and that target will map exactly to the ID here. If I make that villa.id, then for each individual villa, it will have a different model ID, and that will be triggered. With that, right now we see Royal Villa, but now if I click on Premium Pool Villa, it is working as expected, And perfect, that looks good. So make sure that you have dynamic ID here. Based on that, it will have a different model for the different villas. Final thing that we want on the home page here is the villa detail. Now rather than again typing the HTML, I have provided the UI for villa detail as well. You can copy that, it is not that long. Go back here, and where we have the villa details, let me paste that. If I save it and go back and examine the details, perfect. You can see it looks much better. But we have to make it dynamic, and also where we have villa amenities, we will have to iterate in a for each loop and display all the villa amenity. Let me go back to the code here and let me work on that. Now where I am displaying the name, let me remove that. It is not needed. Where we have the image here, we will say villa dot image URL. Perfect. Name will be inside villa dot name. Description, we can use HTML dot raw and villa dot description. Next we have the amenity here. We can check here if villa dot amenity is not null, and we will say villa dot amenity dot count is greater than 0. If that is valid, only then we will display villa amenity. Perfect, looks good. Here we need a for each loop. So for the UL, we can have a for each loop, amenity in our villa, and perfect. We will display amenity dot name. Let me correct that. And perfect, looks good. Let me save that. If I examine the details, great, that is coming along. Finally, we need these details to be dynamic. Let me fix that. Occupancy is inside villa dot occupancy. We have the square feet here. Villa dot square feet. And finally, we have the price here. That is inside villa dot price. Convert that to a string in the currency format. Perfect. Let me go back here. And perfect. I believe everything is dynamic here. Image, you can see it is 401 here, 402, and that looks good. What we can do is modify the image for all of the villa here. Let me upload a new image. Update that. Next one, update that. And perfect. If I go to the home page here, great. Now we have a different image and everything is looking much better. Now I have a small assignment for you. The villa details here, we might be able to reuse that in the upcoming videos. I want you guys to move this particular logic in villa details to a partial view. So if I go back, what I want you guys to move to a partial view is the row that I have highlighted where we are displaying everything in the modal body. So pause the video and try to complete the assignment by moving the selected code to a partial view, and make sure to name that view as underscore villa detail. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. We will create our partial view in the shared folder here. Stop the application, of course. And in the shared folder, I will add a view, empty view, and I will call that underscore villa detail. Perfect, that is done. Let me go back to the index view here. I will cut the complete row, paste it right here. We need to define the model here. Model will be lowercase, not a capital M, and that will be the villa model. It will not be view model, it will directly be the villa, and it will be model.image URL. Let me replace everything with model here. Perfect, looks good. We need to invoke the partial view in index here. We will say partial name is equal to, and do not make any spelling mistake, it will be villa detail. Now when you pass only partial, things will not work. Let me show that. There are errors here. Let me see what it is. It will be model, fix that, and run the application. The reason it will not work here is partial view is expecting a villa model, but we have not passed that. Right here, you can see it is expecting a model. In index, we are not passing that. We have to be explicit here, and model will basically be villa that we have here. With that, if I go back, perfect. If I click on details here, everything is coming up and great. To recap again, we have moved our villa detail logic into a partial view, and that can be consumed in any views in the future because it is isolated. All it requires is a villa model. I hope you guys have enjoyed the free video. If you want to explore and unlock more content and continue on with the course, you can go to .NET Mastery, and there you have the full course for clean architecture in .NET Core along with many other courses. In the complete course, we will take the application that we have built and we will add identity to the application, add a section to make a booking and manage bookings for admin. We will also have a different layout for the admin, and we will see how to integrate charts in .NET Core along with exports in .NET. We will see different services in a clean architecture, deploy the application, and we will also do some restructuring of clean architecture along with email service.